Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority, regular meeting agenda. Wednesday, March 1st at 5:39 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Real,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hurtado. Here. Councilmember Pacheco.
Here.
Councilmember Escobar.
Here.
Councilmember Hodge.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Call to order. Public comments not to exceed 3 minutes. This is the time for the public to address the City Council on closed session items only. The mayor will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb, delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council. Public comments? No public comments? We're adjourned to closed session. Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority, regular session meeting. Meeting will start at 6:36 p.m. Call to order, please.
Mayor Real,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hurtado is absent. Councilmember Pacheco.
Here.
Councilmember Escobar.
Here.
Councilmember Hodge.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mayor.
Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Councilman Pacheco, would you lead us, please? All stand.
Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have an invocation by Pastor Rene Gonzalez from First Fundamental Bible Church. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pray. Our God in heaven, we thank you for this opportunity to be here. We know, Lord, that the Bible tells us we should be praying for our leaders. So we want to be praying, first of all, for our nation. We want to be praying for the state of California, for the county of Imperial, and for the city of Calexico. And I pray, Lord, that you would give wisdom and knowledge to these men, great responsibilities that they have, and I just pray that they would just use it for the betterment of the city of Calexico. Give them the wisdom they need and the decisions that they have to make. And I know at times, Lord, these decisions are hard, and a lot of people don't like them, but Lord, we have to do our part. And I just pray, again, wisdom, and that they would understand the great responsibility they have. And may you just continue to lead them and guide them and teach them. And we ask all these things in Christ's name. Amen. Amen.
Yeah, we should.
Approve the agenda. We should approve the agenda.
Do I have approval of the agenda?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have an emergency item, I believe a presentation by Fire Department, correct? No? The finance person was wanted to do a presentation today? We could put it on the agenda now as an emergency item.
We have access to a projector.
We could take a recess and get one. Yes. I make a motion that we approve this emergency item.
Do we have a time that would be allotted?
How much time?
20 to 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah, we can do that. We get paid by the hour, so we're okay.
So move on the motion.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. We'll take a
Aye.
5-minute recess at 6:50 p.m.
DR?
He's ready to take some swings.
So good. So Saturday they had like a little ceremony, the chamber on Friday.
It was a little dance with wanted beer. So they gave a little sample and they got your ticket and bought it. So you could sample 19 and with that you could get your buzz and not buy anything. But they gave you two free tickets. I think that's going to be another.
It's Saturday, right? So Saturday.
You come down for those?
On Saturday, I decided to check the casino was in the Friday and big celebration. It was the 30th anniversary. I mean, that's the occasion is pretty important. That was basically the right gaming. Private, the capital band, along with the that classes going on, they have no cartons and the government. The occasion was important and established, right? That was established, that opened up 30 years later was that decision. So they went all out.
With the BIA, we try to get something here in Calexico way back. Well, because the tribes, they weren't living here, they were passing through and they were hunting.
They were able to establish.
Yeah, so they're part of the tribe in San Diego. Alpine, I can't think of it. They got a casino there.
But for
Yeah,
cities,
the
we don't.
big.
For cities, we don't really get anything.
Well, if
Unless they build, and then you can build to the side of them. That's like if they like the catalyst for the algorithm.
but
That's like
they were going to provide their own policing, and they were going to have vendors. They were going to have entertainment, flood, but they were going to give back to the city. Something that was it. That was the issue. They were going to give back, but the BIA never signed on. And the governor, sign off.
Do you want to speak from over there? From the
There's a microphone on this side.
Can we maybe get somebody to help you do that so you can speak on the microphone for the record? Because we need it on the camera. Yeah, okay.
Found money, 24.2. Honestly,
Good evening, members of council.
Excuse me, it's the microphone on this side.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, members of council and members of the Calexico community. My name is Peter Donahue. I'm an economist by training. Can't hear me? There's the volume. Is this the volume button?
Stay close to it.
Stay right. How's this? No? Okay, it's like that then. We'll do it this way. Pardon my casual stance. Hi, my name is Peter Donahue. I'm an economist by training. I work as a consultant with labor unions and community organizations, variety of settings, collective bargaining, arbitrations, public policy, and others. I've spent a great deal of time in the last 25, 26, 27 years now working as a consultant, particularly with public employee groups and community groups concerned about public services and their provision, as well as the care and feeding of their providers. I was engaged by the Calexico Firefighters Association. Closer? Boy, it's tough. How's this, any better? I guess I'm too tall.
Why don't you use this one, sir?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes. Use this one, sir.
Yes, this might be a little bit better. Does this work? Again, Peter Donahue, a consultant to labor unions and community organizations. I work pretty much one side of the street, and the concern usually is, in the case of the public sector, public services, their provision, and the care and feeding of their providers. I worked all over the country. I've been based in San Francisco since 1991, and I was approached by the Calexico Firefighters Association and the process of their negotiations with the city. As I understood from them, the city had represented that they were experiencing some financial distress, and it required some rather draconian demands on the firefighters for concessions, compensation. In the process of the conversation, apparently at one point, city representatives suggested that they get their own expert, firefighters get their own expert to review the results of their financials, and I was engaged. When we first began, we made a request for information, which is fairly comprehensive, and look at the city's finances. And at the core of that, when much of it was provided, was a document which is one which some of you have already become familiar with just in the last few days, which is something called the city's Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Now, the Comprehensive Annual Report is a sworn document, fiduciary document. According to its transmitting letters, it contains the best representation of the city's overall financial condition and its resources, and contains all information required to understand that within that document. As a result, this is a document which is typically used by other outside entities in assessing or overseeing Calexico's finances, whether it be public entities like the state of California or the federal government, or separately in the private sector, bond underwriters, bond rating agencies, and bond holders in trying to determine Calexico's creditworthiness and whether they can be expected to be a reliable partner in paying back the money that's lent them. The document, as a consequence, is pretty conventional. Its format is dictated by something called the Government Accounting Standards Board, which is then promulgated in detailed rules, which is maintained by the Government Finance Officers Association. And as a consequence, all jurisdictions are expected to follow the principles that are annotated, GASB principles as are enumerated by GASB and implemented by GFOA in making their financial reports. The reasoning is simple, that no one, whether here or on the other side of the country, the other side of the world, should wonder if Calexico or any other jurisdiction follows the same rules as everybody else. They're supposed to follow the same rules. As a consequence, while it's not the last word or ultimate word or truth about finances, it nonetheless is in fact the best thing we have, because it's what the city itself, its own representatives, as reviewed by its outside auditors, have sworn to be true and represented appropriately under government accounting principles, general accounting principles of governments. The CAFR was a central element, in fact, the first item in our information request to the city. And we found that many of them were available on the city's websites, and we received others. The difficulty we encountered, though, in the process of doing the work so far, and I say so far, has been because the last city CAFR hasn't been produced, or rather the last city CAFR that was produced covered the fiscal year 14-15, which ended on June 30th, 2015, which, as you know now, is almost 21 months ago. In addition to asking for the comprehensive annual financial report for the most recently completed fiscal year, 15-16, we also requested the city's ongoing what are called trial fund balances. That is to say, the accounting that's done to monitor city spending, revenues, and other uses of resources as compared to their actual budgeted amounts set out in budgets. In attempt, it's a management tool designed hopefully to keep track of how you're doing in terms of revenues and spending as the year goes through. We specifically requested, in lieu of, if you didn't have the 15-16 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, the CAFR as it's called, we asked specifically for what are called generically the period 14. That is the period 14 trial fund balances, those which represent the numbers which typically are those sent to the outside auditors. And in my experience, and many people's judgment, usually represents a pretty good indication of what's going to appear in the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. We have repeated that request a number of times, and the city has not provided them. Apparently, they're not done. So as a consequence, we're asked to assess the city's claims of its difficulties and financial distress based on the last available fiduciary document being now 21 months old. Frankly, I cannot recommend to my clients or anyone else to treat that as being a reliable guide to making assessments about claims 21 months later. So as a consequence, to begin with, we'd reiterate we still want that information. We want that 15-16 CAFR, and we want those trial fund balances if that is not available yet. Earlier today, a conversation indicated that the trial fund balances, what appears to be the trial fund balances, might be available by the end of March, that the CAFR might not be expected until September, which I must say is remarkably late, since that would push us into over 2 years after the close of the fiscal year. Not 2 years, but push us to 18 months after the close of the fiscal year. Needless to say, that's how it is. So what we've done instead is we looked at this instead what we found so far by looking at the documents that have been available, and frankly, to explain something simple, not to make a case that the city's finances are well or poor, but rather to suggest or explain why, on my recommendation at least, that CFFA has not been willing to accept the characterization that's been offered by the city simply for the lack of supporting evidence. Now, the city has provided us with other pieces of evidence, materials, documents, but frankly, if I were you or you were me or you were trying to borrow money, you probably wouldn't rely on someone's opinion about it. You'd want to look at their past results as probably a better guide of future performance than basically their guesses about the future. So this explains our reluctance. The firefighters have continued to negotiate throughout this process. In fact, had made an offer just before the city sent its letters of separation to members of the bargaining unit and announced its intention of closing station number 2. They're still willing to bargain, and if we had a simple proposal now, it would be to simply provide the information, put off the layoffs, put off the closures, until we have a chance to review the numbers, and most importantly, look at other alternatives, other options, short of simply depriving part of the city of its immediate fire protection. That said, I'd like to talk a little bit about what we found, and I guess I will start off with the very first slide, which is on the screen, which I would describe for most people, the layperson would think is bad news. First off, understand, we're not here to talk about just the general fund. In fact, we're not even here just to talk about the funds that are discussed in this small presentation. We're here to discuss the city's overall financial condition, as well as its ability to pay, to provide services, as well as to pay for the providers of such services. So as a consequence, this is by necessarily incomplete. The numbers, of course, are massively dated. They're 21 months old. The numbers themselves only pertain to a number of aspects of some funds, but it's simply here to indicate why we've been unwilling to entertain the characterization that the city is compelled or required to exact massive concessions from firefighters' wages, or in this case, close down a fire station. We'll come back to that. First off, what we're looking at here is a summary, and let me explain the format so you could, people in the audience who can't see the numbers and details, I can't see them very well either without my glasses. What we're looking at is a format we're going to follow where the first column, light blue, that represents the budgeted amount. The second column, the dark blue, is the actual amount as reported in the CAFR. And finally, the third column, the little black one, represents the variance, the difference. So if it's a small black line at the bottom, column at the back, it means that revenues came out that first year in 2010, 2011, slightly higher than forecast. And over here on the side, if you're interested, you could see that amount was about 8 or 9%. I can't really see here with my glasses. Ed, why don't you bring my glasses? What the hell? What we've done is done the same format all through. Thank you. Maybe I can see this stuff better. Yeah, 8% that first year. The second year, you can see that similarly that revenues came in below forecast, and then closely to it, slightly higher, slightly lower. Just to be fair, revenue forecasting is very difficult, and the smaller your jurisdiction, the harder it gets, mainly because a single event can radically change your results. You make a change in policy, you decide not to collect a business license fee, that can have an effect. If you simply have people not paying their taxes or people not using facilities and paying charges or fees, that can have an impact. It's very unfair typically to focus on the variances or the variance around comes to revenues because, again, the smaller you are, a single event that would never even show up as a blip in San Diego can have a big impact here on your fund. Now, be mindful that the general fund is only one of multiple funds. The city only has to have two types of funds, governmental funds and business funds, and in this case, they have many more. Governmental funds are those funds which are conventionally used to finance the provision of services that are typically done by governments only, police services, fire services, parks, etc. Business-type funds refer to those services that have been in the past, sometimes are now, or sometimes maybe in the future provided by private business, whether it be water, wastewater, transit, a variety of things that would fall under that umbrella. They report financially on slightly different basis, but they're reconciled at the end in terms of a larger story. But the thing to understand is funds are not entities that have a life of their own. They're bookkeeping devices. They're bookkeeping devices for the city to organize and track its resources. And so as a consequence, when one says there's only so much money in this fund or that fund, that's really less important than another issue, which we'll come to later. But again, since the conversation here is centered on your general fund, we'll talk about it here too. So here's your basic story when it came to revenues over that period through 2014-15. While you roughly averaged roughly 3% under budget over the period, the bulk of that hit came in 2011, 2012 in a single year. Let's move on from there. On the expenditure side, we follow the same format. The light pink column represents the budgeted amount of spending. The dark red column represents the actual amount of spending, and again, the black represents the variance of the difference. Where the black line being above the line, again, is a positive, is in this case a positive variance, which means to say, think about it. If you budgeted to spend $10 and you spend $9, that's favorable. You spent less than you actually budgeted to spend along the way. So as a consequence, you could see all but for 1 year, or the last 2 years, you came with unfavorable variances. You could see that general funds expenditures, like in 2014-15, came really when roughly 2% under budget, after averaging roughly 4% under budget since 2010-2011. These are not signs of a jurisdiction in distress, actually, on their face of it. With revenues up and down, averaging slightly under what was forecast, and expenditures consistently coming in below what was expected with one couple small exceptions, you're generally not in a remarkably difficult position per se. Anybody who's in business would understand the nature of business is what actually happens is very different. In fact, if you think about it, when you adopt a budget, you only have to adopt a budget on paper. You can't make the budget balance itself at the end of the year. Let's move on, Ed. We looked more closely at 2014, 2015 spending, and we wanted to see exactly who was up and who was under budget, who was over. And what we found was the general government came in roughly 5% over budget, that police services were 5% over budget, that community development spending was 121% or more than double budget, that culture and recreation spending, public works spending was 22% over budget, and that culture and recreation spending was 19% over budget, and that 5% was 4% under budget. 4% under budget, approximately $400,000. Community development spending, if you look over the period, you get a similar sort of story. What you see is over the period in 2014, 2015, as mentioned, community development spending was 121% over budget. In 2013, 2014, it was 135% over budget. That's twice what's budgeted. That's an extremely large variance. Or put it this way, you probably wouldn't want to come home if you had to show that to members of your household that you missed it by only by twice. Ed. Public works spending, as we noted, this is in that particular year. We looked at over that particular period of time. You're running roughly in 2014, 2015, $220,000 over budget. In previous years, you get numbers that are under budget, and then you suddenly spike up dramatically in 2014 by going over budget by roughly 15%. Ed? The other thing which happens with dollars is they don't simply stay in their same place. You receive dollars and they may be deposited, as it were, in a general account or in particular accounts along the way, but dollars don't have to stay where they started. What happens is funds get transferred. Now, transfers happen all the time because it's not unusual that when you have a service which is funded by a particular source of funding, that the money doesn't come as fast as you start dispersing the service. So as a result, you use resources from other departments or other funds to basically make those payments, and then you resend the money back when the grant or funding or whatever the other source arrives. Those are what are called reciprocal transfers. That is to say, every time you send a dollar out, something of equivalent value goes back approximately. What we're focusing on here is something called non-reciprocal transfers. That is to say, where the net transfers of resources, in this case, going out, were in excess of what came back. And in this particular case, the amount that was budgeted to come in, net for the general fund, more coming in than going out, was roughly $400,000. In actuality, what happened was $710 million went out. That's a variance of $1.10 million. And that's a large variance because if you look at the next slide, what a surprise, after taking $1.1 million out of the fund, you find that your fund balance for the general fund is negative. Now, there's no particular public policy issue with this thing happening, as it depends upon what your overall priorities are. Remember, we're looking at the city as a whole, not at the fate of a particular fund. But to the extent that one represents the condition or the ability of the city to pay, its overall financial condition or its specific ability to meet the requirements of maintaining a public service, shall I say a vital or essential public service, is not possible because a fund doesn't have particular resources in it, that is a bit, well, that's politics, that's not finance. All right. Let's move on. Oh, let me go back, Ed, one more. Go back. I want to point something else out, which sometimes gets lost. There are always changes coming down from the Government Accounting Standards Board, and no one really has to follow their rules unless you want to fly in the face of the bond market. People who lend you money want to be assured that you're basically reporting what everybody else does. And some of the changes that have come down in the last few years, and particularly beginning almost 12 years ago, is increasingly liabilities, long-term liabilities, have been progressively moved onto cities' balance sheets. Let me explain what that means. In the past, money which was not really a budgetary issue, but rather was expected to be paid a long time down the future for pensions, for bonds, for other personnel benefits along the way, they were reported in the CAFRs. They're reported in the audited notes, which are a vital part of understanding what's going on in a municipality like Calexico's finances, what's in the notes. It was kept off the actual balance sheet, or what came to be called the statement of net positions, because if you basically put 30 years projected liabilities on a balance sheet, and you then at the same time provide no projected future revenues, and you include no appreciation of the value of your real assets, everybody will look like they're upside down, because you've added all your potential liabilities, but you have no projected future revenues, and you have no appreciation of the value of your property, which you value at original or historical cost. That is to say, what it was worth when you acquired it, as opposed to what it's worth today. There's arguments for that, against that, but that's the practice, and I just sort of explain that. What's important to understand is there have been GASB rule changes that have occurred in this particular period that have severe consequences on how the general fund and other funds and the city's finances are reported. But they're reporting changes, not necessarily to be confused with other what might be material changes. That is to say, things which have been reported in the back before are now stuck in the front. Nothing has changed materially. They're just now on the table. They're just on the table where previously they were reported separately in the notes. Ed? We looked overall at the larger city, and we're only looking at parts of it right now, but we want to explain a very important concept, which is something that quite often people don't understand. As a result of GASB rule changes, now jurisdictions are expected to follow a format which, again, follows the same rules when it comes to reporting what they have available to spend. And there are two ways they classify that. One are resources whose use is restricted, and those which are unrestricted. Now, restricted resources are resources whose use is governed by a contract, a law, a gift, a bequest, and a fancy word for the lawyers in the crowd, an enforceable tort by an outside entity. Someone who gave you the money or sponsored it or whatever else might be said, we'll give you this money on the condition you use it for just this purpose. Restricted funds are restricted that way. If you don't use them that way, you will be sued both for misuse of the funds, also for damages. So restricted funds, even though some of them do pay, even members of this particular bargaining unit, the Firefighters Association, we focus generally on those portions of resources which are unrestricted. And we've had conversations with city officials about this, including the city manager who was participating in the conversation we had with him, and the finance director and your financial consultant. And we had this conversation about just these types of resources. Now, business-type funds are different. Business-type funds, as I mentioned, are those which basically provide resources that usually finance those things which sometimes are provided by private business, like water, like wastewater, like sewage, like garbage, like transit, lots of things. Even in things like internal services like fleet maintenance, things like that, could be treated on it. You could get there through a private business along the way. As a consequence, they report in a slightly different financial set of rules than the governmental funds do, but they all get reconciled into the same format at the end. What's important to note here is that in the year 2014-2015, Calexico's business-type funds, unrestricted assets, totaled $26.4 million. Your whole municipal budget that year was about $46 million. Now, why is that relevant? One, not necessarily that these dollars should have been used to pay for the whole city budget, but it's a typical metric for looking at how well an entity, a business one or a private one, is doing, how much working capital you actually have in hand to meet your requirements. And this is a fairly strong ratio along the way. Now, in the conversation we had with Mr. Villa and with his other staff, there was some dispute about whether or not the resources here were available to pay for the general fund. We are not making a representation, nor have we contended that these are the funds which can be used to pay your bills. Because first off, for one reason alone, these are from 21 months ago. So that's irrelevant. All we use this is to establish what has been the history and what's been the past practice. Our point was to establish that when it came to conventional metrics for looking at the overall financial condition of a city, I'd flip this next one. When you put them all together, you're at $24.2 million with $46 million in annual operating expenses. That's roughly the equivalent to 191 days of operating expenses with no revenues. Again, not everybody works the same way and not all funds are the same, but plainly the city's showing these as resources which are unrestricted. In our conversation, I think we came to an inconclusive discussion because in your notes, the CAFR, in the actual CAFR itself, in the discussion, There is no mention that these unrestricted resources are in fact restricted. In fact, the answer we got was everybody knows that under 218 you can't use utilities or other services which have been charging fees for other general governmental services. This is true. But remember, it's not funds which are restricted or unrestricted, it's resources. And the fact that dollars which have been transferred from one fund to the other don't change their character depending on where you domicile them, where you put them. So from our end of it, here's the conclusion, that with 2 to 3 times at that particular point in time, 2 to 3 times the reserve recommended by the Government Finance Office Association, that it was very hard for us to reach the conclusion that the city of Calexico, if this is the last sworn numbers that you have, was facing the financial crisis and distress. Hence, we returned to the same point we began with, which is we would like to continue to bargain, and most importantly, we want those numbers. We want that 15-16 cap, and if you can't do that, we'd like to have the 15-16 unaudited trial fund balances. That's our point. Thank you for the opportunity to do this, too, gentlemen.
Mr. Donahue.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Donahue. What fund would I find or could I locate where we have this money? Where is the funding for, where is the money? Where is this 24.2 million?
This money is identified in the CAFR by fund.
No,
It's
but
reported in the CAFR.
I'm sorry, I need a specific funding source. What funding source is this
Sir,
money
I can't
in?
remember offhand exactly how many dollars are in which fund. I can tell you where they are in, right?
Yeah, please do that, because we took out a loan, and we took out another loan for $3 million to get out of the red. That's why I'm asking, where is this money and what funding source can I locate this?
You can't locate those dollars because that's 21 months ago. You're going to have to come up with the dollars that are in the books that you closed at the end of last fiscal year and those which you began this one with. And that'd be the starting point to this.
So we don't have that 24.2 assets. We don't have that.
We don't know what you have because you haven't provided us with that information.
No. If you could identify some sources that we have these fund balances, that would be a tremendous help. You've been working, excuse me. You've been working with this for quite a while. My only question is, where can we locate these fund balances to come up with the 24.2, going back to 2415? I'm asking the financial consultant, where could I find this? Where could I go to find this $24.2 million back to
If you have a copy of your CAFR right here, we could look at what they were in 14-15. As far as at this moment, we have not been provided that information.
So we might not have this money. Well, that's what I'm saying. We might not have this money.
That's very possible.
That's very possible. Thank you.
My question, sir, is how does one proceed to make public policy without that information?
We're waiting for an answer.
Who's yelling? I'm sorry.
We're waiting for an answer.
Our business office personnel is not here. But if we can't, I'm sorry. I'm just asking, where is this money? Okay, we're looking. We can't find it either. We took out loans. To pay. This building, we had to take a second. We had to borrow another loan to get out of financial troubles. So we took out loans to be above surface.
Show us what you're paying.
Well, I'm sorry, we're not going to negotiate right now. We'd have to, okay. We're not.
Mr. Pacheco, the community wants to know why the records are not up to date. I mean, that's it. if you don't have up-to-date financial records, it's very difficult, like Mr. Dominic, you indicated, for you all to have secret numbers and make public policy and determine to cut 6 firefighters who close the station. The only question that's being asked is, when are those documents going to be provided so that the community can review them, so Mr. Donahue can review them? That's the only question that's being asked. But the response is, we don't have an officer here, et cetera. It's something that's urgent and needs to be provided, and maybe you should determine that those records should be provided within a very, very short period of time, like 15 to 30 days. But for you to make public policy without letting the community know what the status of your funding is because you haven't provided it in paper, it's difficult for a lot of people to understand that. So just provide the documents, and maybe a lot of the questions that all of us have are going to be answered by the documents that are provided, are official, they have to be registered with the state, but you don't have it. That's the only problem.
Okay, we're going to allow people to come up to the microphone and ask, because we're doing this and we don't need to do that. What we need to do is, what Mr.
We're not
Rivera
there
is
yet.
saying, is hear you. So if you have any comments to make, please come up to the podium.
Olivia Valenzuela for the record.
We're not at public comments yet.
Oh, we're
You may-
not?
No,
I
we're
thought
not.
we were.
No, not yet.
Well, actually,
We're-
I want to speak on this issue.
Okay, but we'll get public comments from, there's a list. There's like 500 people on the list there. We
Yeah.
got to go by the list of people that got here.
I was first.
So. Okay.
Please,
We're
please,
going, listen,
please.
hey, we're going by the list, okay? There's a lot of people that have been here since this started, okay? And we're going by a list, okay? So, yes. Can you? He doesn't run the meeting, I do, okay? So, well, I run the meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
I run the meeting, okay?
I'm willing to follow the rules as usual. Ms. Gabby has my papelito. If she will be so
You
good
will
as
be
to
called
pass
when
it
it's
to
your turn,
you,
yes.
I'm first.
You
I
will-
gave her my papelito first.
Hey, okay, let her call the first person. Gabby, please call the first person that gave the papelito. Sonia Ramirez. Where are public comments here?
Yes, good evening. I'm sorry, it's not pertaining to your topic, but I'm very intrigued of the numbers. I represent AWI Property Management, and we manage Calexico Senior Apartments, and we're having actually a lot of issues with the vacant lot east of the property. And I've somebody suggested from the city office that I've called and sent emails that I attend this meeting. And I do, once again, I apologize for the topic that I'm bringing. Instead of the firefighters, I'm very intrigued of your meeting. I've got photos here about the issues we've been having with the homeless behind that property. They've caused fires, damage to my property. They've taken electricity from the building. It is a senior site, which my tenants are actually in fear of theft, robbery, et cetera, and I just want somebody's help. So I don't know how else
What is
to
the
say.
address again?
The address is 1630 Rockwood Avenue.
Could we, city manager, could you attend to that?
I've located, I've sent emails and phone calls, and I've been working on this project for more than a year, and I haven't been heard, so.
Who have you spoken to before? Have you gone to the city manager?
I spoke to Mr. Moreno, we
Oh,
spoke to.
he's no longer here.
I have a list. I wasn't quite prepared. They told me to come in and present my case, and somebody would direct me.
Okay, I think the city manager now has direction to maybe exchange phone numbers or a card or something.
I do
where you
have a
can-
business card, and
Okay.
on a different note, since, like I said, this is my first time to one of these meetings, and in reference to the firefighters, I myself am in charge of budgets, et cetera, and I think, I don't know if my opinion counts, but in reference to Mr. Pacheco's question on reference to where is the money in the funds, I believe the solution is, with the company that I work for, we have records way beyond 30 years. And I believe if you have numbers, maybe you could set up with Mr. Donahue and compare what your information is plus where he received this information, either which is Chase Bank or, Union Bank or whatever is your funds, wherever you get, I imagine you get interest rates, et cetera, because that's what I do. I just, as a suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I give the business card after, or you can give it to you?
Norma Aguilar.
Good evening, Norma Aguilar, 839 Heber Avenue. My time here is going to be directed towards questions regarding funding, specifically Measure H. I give a little bit background about myself. I served on Measure H. I was part of the first committee. Part of the first committee, the first committee involved Mike Davis, Loli Torres, Josie Felix, myself, and Benny Horton Jr. So we would receive quarterly reports. The money that was coming in was about in the 200,000 range. So, and we would have people or organizations come and request funding. I'm giving you this background because that is how the process occurred in terms of allocating funds for Measure H. I went digging into my emails because I do not delete emails that are related to stuff that I participate in. As far as part of Measure H oversight included, we had discussion about the fact that we wanted to make sure that we had a contingency fund in terms of a natural disaster. This decision was based after the 2010 earthquake. So we set aside 10%. But politics being the way politics are in Calexico, we also foresaw that there would come a time where Measure H would be used as a slush fund, which is what's happening right now. So when we developed that 10% contingency fund, we also provided a policy that specifically stated that it was only to be used for a specific purpose. That setting aside of the 10% and that policy was approved by a previous city council September 20th, and I'm trying to dig the part out, but I've got it right here. Anyways, if you guys saw in the presentation that says that it's based on the GASB, am I saying it correctly? Right? So that law says that whatever that money is allocated, it's like restricted funds, correct? Right? Okay, so that's how this money in Measure H was approved. So that means that money can't be used you can't sweep it in, you can't encumber it into the general population, general fund, excuse me. So that means that money that was spent was not spent correctly. In 2015, Mr. Quinn came to Measure H and presented a budget of expenditures. It was May 31st, 2015. At that time, it said less contingency reserve. I read that to be the 10%. There's $1,026,377 there. Then it was presented a capital improvement projects funds, and it included a number of things that were never presented to Measure H. We were told when we questioned it, and I specifically questioned it, I said, when did you come to Measure H to request these funds? And Mr. Quinn told us, I don't have to because I got an approval by the city council. But that's not how the ordinance is read, because you operate by following your ordinance, don't you? Okay, so the ordinances weren't followed. And again, going back to that 10%, there's money there that could be used to, not just with the firefighters, but other people that got cuts. So I think what's happening here is that the city is not keeping track of its money. I think the city needs to do a better job of doing that, and I don't think that you should be making decisions without checking what your funds are. And again, coming back to the same thing, that 10%, that's like restricted funds, just like how Mr. Villa says, you can't spend this on that. Well, you can't spend Measure H 10% money. So, and I'm going to conclude with another thing is that, and I brought it up last night, and I'm going to bring it up again today. Firefighters are working, besides working under dangerous circumstances and their day-to-day operations, they're also working in dangerous, they're living and breathing black mold. So that's another one, you know. And it's not that I don't value other workers, but I'm telling you something. Anybody's death because of reduction of services is going to be on your hands.
Eduardo Rivera.
Good evening. Eduardo Rivera, Calexico Firefighters Association, 1149 Camila here in Calexico. I was going to put the 3 minutes up just to make sure I didn't go over. So, real quick, I know that there was an initial question in regards to, Mr. Donahue, we didn't initially come up here, and we thought we weren't going to be on the agenda. We told we were allowed. So very quickly, he set up. There was a comment made right now that the financial business person was not here. If I'm not mistaken, is he not sitting in the front over there? Is he? He's not.
Mr. Gutierrez is the city's interim finance director.
He's an interim.
But there's a finance, there's somebody from the business, the finance office that's here. So, second part, if at the point where there's going to be several names that are going to be listed or sounded out, I've taken a consensus and everybody was in agreement, so I will make a statement. The statement will be, because we can't have everybody there, and in the spirit of time, everybody here on that list that will be sounded off will be in support of the statements and the comments that are going to be expressed by Chief Peter Mercado of the Calexico Fire Department. And if there's any questions you guys have for me right now, sir.
If you want, Gabby can actually read the names. You don't have to read them out. So
okay.
Shannon Mohammed, Fernando Esquer, Joel Rivera, Eduardo Rivera, Josie Felix, Humberto Felix, Daniel Romero, Esteban Zambrano, Shannon Zambrano, Lupita Rivera, Matthew Bush, Linda Rivera, Nicholas Rivera, Joshua Rivera, Arnold Rivera, Shannon Dawson, Josie Felix, Damian Gonzalez. These are the persons.
Thank you.
Olivia's name didn't come out on the, okay. Do you want to talk about this item, though? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Olivia Valenzuela, 707 Rockwood. I almost went into shock when I heard the presentation. I was unable to attend last night's presentation. And I cannot believe that this cancer has been growing in city administration for so many years. You have a finance director, you have a city manager, you have all kinds of people who work in finance that are supposed to be taking care of the monies that come into your household to take care of business. If I don't take care of my budget at home and I go shopping and forget to come and pay my water bill, you better believe that you will send somebody to cut it off 2 weeks after I don't pay it. And it's incredible to me that the council, this council and the previous one has allowed all this mess to continue to grow. How can you sit there and say, well, we haven't had time, we don't have the information? You know that if you were working for me, I would have fired you years ago, and I'm ready to fire everybody right now. Mr. Pacheco, you're a school administrator. You are a former school administrator. I cannot believe that you don't understand where the finances come from, but that's why you have a director to guide you. That's why you should be briefed, and you should ask every question that you don't understand, because there's no shame in asking. There's only shame in staying stupid because you don't want to ask, okay? I don't like to be here getting angrier and angrier because I'm going to go home ill, and tomorrow I have another very important hearing that I have to be here for. But I don't, it's beyond my comprehension that with so many, quote, capable people working here at City Hall, you cannot get your act together and run this as a business should be run. If the people do not produce, get rid of them. There's other people that that welcome the jobs. Believe me, there are other people out there that will be happy to come over and take it and run with it. Thank you so much. And please don't let go of the fire people. I need the ambulance. I can't afford to let him go. Thank you.
Loli Torres.
Is she here? She can speak for the 3 minutes, yeah. She's not here? Yeah. Can somebody call her from the hallway if she's Leti Suno?
She said she's coming back.
Susana Favela.
Good evening. My name is Susana Favela, 405 Grant Street in Calexico. My thing is, you cannot close this fire department. When you think of it, there's a train. We have train always blocking the traffic. Now with the new port that's being built, Imperial Avenue, the traffic already starts at 12 noon every single day.
Every day.
Now when we're building the new port, that's going to be going through Cesar Chavez. That's now going to be blocking Cesar Chavez and blocking Imperial Avenue. What if somebody was to have a heart attack? Are you guys going to be liable for these people that die? Because we cannot get the paramedics over to the other side of town? A fire. We've had 2 major fires. The recycling center, which was on Cesar Chavez.
That's huge.
And Grant, that we had to be evacuated. The other one, too, was the warehouse on the corner of Grant and I think it was Pierce. That burned all the way down. It took them a long time to get that down. If we have that fire station closed, who is going to be responsible? Are you guys going to be responsible for the houses that are being burnt down right there? That's not right. Here you have your statement where you have protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents for the city council. Are you really considering that? I don't think you are. And the other thing that I'm asking is, now that the city manager just walked out, I want to know, did he take the 30% cut of pay like all the other city employees did? No, well, he walked away.
No, he didn't.
And also, some of the department heads, have they taken any of the 30% cut like all the other employees have? Why? It should go, they should set the example and go down, from management going down. So this is all I ask, but for you guys closing this and not even doing your resources, it's not good policy here. Thank you.
Mónica Raigosa.
No, each person gets 3 minutes. Yeah.
María Pesqueira.
Each person gets 3 minutes. That's I'm not allowed to give time to other person.
That is allowable. If someone's up there and speaking and a person can allocate their minutes.
Attorney? No.
I have a question
Sylvia.
for 3 minutes. Can I allow the financial director to sit up there for 3 minutes and answer questions from the public? There's a lot of...
Yeah, everybody had the time to speak, but they themselves need to speak or submit a statement, but you cannot have your time given to somebody else or have somebody speak on your behalf. You do have the ability to speak, but you would have to speak on your
Correction,
behalf.
legal. The chair, in other words, your mayor can allow that.
No, you're opening
Yes, you
yourself for
can.
litigation.
It is
We
your
don't need
choice.
more lawsuits, okay?
Sharing minutes.
We don't need,
Sharing minutes.
believe it or not,
Sharing minutes is probably not much of a liability. What do you think?
okay. No, each person gets 3 minutes. That's it.
Congress allows it, the state legislature allows it, the Senate allows it.
We asked our attorney, okay.
Well, the attorney is wrong. He
Oh, the attorney's wrong. Okay.
Attorney, can the chair allow?
Yes, he can.
The thing is, you need to be able to treat it. Now, legally, I mean, the thing is, you need to be consistent, and that means 3 minutes per person. You cannot choose and pick who gets more time, and that's it. That's the issue. Is
But you didn't
start
say
giving-
no.
Okay, so who's next?
Silvia Bernal.
It's that simple, Mr. Mayor.
Each person gets 3 minutes.
You put your community here, you gotta give them some time.
Each, I never said I was gonna give people more than 3 minutes. I never said that. I never said said I was giving people more than 3 minutes when I campaigned.
You said you cared about Calexico,
I do.
so there's Calexico.
I do. You said you did as well, and this is why we're in this situation. You've been here 7 years.
I'm ready
and that's
for
why we're in this
transparency.
situation.
I'm ready for
You
transparency.
didn't want to open the books when we needed to. Exactly, exactly. Where were you the last financial meeting that we had? You weren't
Hoping-
here.
Hoping,
You weren't
hoping
here.
that our last
You were not here. You know what?
Mrs. Sylvia.
Mr. Mayor, no fighting, please. No fighting.
Hey, she's bringing it up. She's bringing it up. We're in this position because of her and the past councils. That's the reality. Okay? Look at the budget. Look at the budget. 10 years. 10 years. Look, there is a police report where I got kicked out of City Hall for asking for financials a year and a half ago. Exactly. So, the police report, go ask the chief. Where's the chief?
Let's
Our
call the next
finance
speaker
director at the
card,
time
and let's take a
kicked me
break,
out of
'cause-
City Hall.
Mayor.
Let's move on. Let's
Mayor,
move
No,
on.
and you were on the finance commission. Come up here and explain to
Mayor,
the
let's
people.
stop the bickering and let's move on, please.
Come on, come on up. Yeah, you were on the finance commission for 4 years, right? Okay, all right.
Sylvia Bernal, Hefferman Memorial Healthcare District. I spoke last night at the meeting that we had, and it's really a shame that we have to go through all of this, that all these people have to be here today, because if the city council would have come to Mr. Real, if the city council would have come to us and asked us for help, you would not have all these people here today, because we have offered over and over and over to help. And I don't know why you would be turning away people that want to help you, especially with the fire department. We have a vast interest because we provide healthcare services. We don't have a hospital, so what's the next thing that we have is the ambulance services. All of you know that's our hospital on wheels. And I've had a chance to talk to Mr. Real, to Maritza, and to Mr. Escobar. And I think I've asked each one of you, how much would you value a person's life? What price could you put on it to say that, because if right now you don't have enough staff to help with the ambulance services, and you're going to take away 6 firemen, and I just hope that one day it doesn't happen to you. I just hope that one day you are not in a situation where it's one of your loved ones. I really do, because I have been in a situation like that, and it's not a happy thing. But I'm not here to criticize you. I'm not here to put anybody down. That's not why I'm here. I'm just saying Hefferman Memorial Healthcare District wants a joint meeting with you to stop you laying off firemen, because we can help. I'm going to repeat it again. We have a $5 million budget. Don't turn us away. No. I am requesting that we have a joint meeting as soon as possible so that we can solve this problem. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, legal and city manager, at this time, can we propose that meeting to have a session with the Heffernan in order to have the discussions with regard to the help that Ms. Sylvia is referring to?
I'll refer to legal.
Can
Are we allowed to have that meeting?
If it's a JPA, correct?
Because I'd like to propose and offer that as an item right now at this moment.
There's a public comment period, but yeah, you would have to agendize it like a Brown Act meeting.
So it'd be at the end of the meeting.
Right now, it's public comment. We're not,
So when
but
future
someone
agenda
in the-
items come up, we can put it on there.
it'd just be a public meeting.
Okay.
I guess what the question is actually is that if Ms. Sylvia has come here from another agency and asking to set a special meeting, a joint special meeting, may we at this moment, just like other times and other issues that were meant for something else, that the council can actually give direction right now and initiate the setting of that type of a meeting? We could do that.
Can you
Could we do that in
repeat
future?
yourself
Could we
again?
do that in
please?
future agenda items, or could we do it now?
The appropriate time, future agenda items.
Future agenda items,
And
okay.
like a JPA, we would just have to agendize it like a Brown Act meeting, and it'd be a joint meeting, so.
And hopefully a special very soon. Time is of the essence, right, Ms. Sylvia?
City Council.
Yeah, and I also believe that we need to have a joint meeting with Mr., what's his name? Donahue and Mrs. Susan Mayer, which is the financial consultant that works at the city, so we can figure this out, because if there's $20 million or 20-some million dollars in the bank, we need to know where it's at, because, or where it was, because we can't hire a financial, so we're missing human resource director, we're missing a finance director, we're
Engineer.
understaffed at the PD. I mean, it's because of lack of money, and if we have 20-some million dollars, then, you know, somebody's lying to us. I guess that's what we're trying to say. And I hope that's not the case, because that's not, I trust that what they're telling us is correct, but again, we need to make sure that we have that joint meeting as well. Hopefully tonight we can agendize that for whenever Dr. Donahue is ready to, you know, come back. So, really. Do we have more people?
Letizuno.
Good evening, Council. Letizuno, 101 Hacienda Avenue, Calexico. That's my business address. I'm also at 428 Washington Street, Calexico. And I'm sorry, I was here earlier, and I think you called me, and I ran out. I have I have a daughter. She's 15. She's in high school. She's in the FFA program, and we're currently raising an animal. And today was the first day that the kids from the high school were allowed to go and clean up pens, and it's a lot of work, and I had to leave her in charge of another parent. But I think it's important for me to come here. That parent called and said she had to leave, so I had to go very quickly, and I drove very fast, but I followed all the speed limits. I just did it. Look, I'm here because I felt that I needed to be here. I felt that I need, like all of you here, we're here practicing our constitutionally granted civic duty to be heard by you all, by those who we voted into these roles that you hold here today, Council. You sit there today because we voted you into these roles as our public servants. I was recently chastised here in this meeting by a couple of you and accused of not being civically engaged because you don't see me here in meetings, but I'm always here, I'm always engaged, I'm always watching. We vote you into these roles, though, to uphold an oath that follows a mission that says, City Council is to, number one, protect the health, safety, and welfare of these residents, myself included. Number two, maintain, promote, and improve, okay, not take away, improve the quality of life for Calexico residents by adopting legislation. Number three, approving an annual budget. And I think that's part of also why we're here today, why you have so many of us here today. There's always problems with our budget. Number four, providing policy direction to the city organization through the city manager. We have to believe that you, City Council, you do not want to close this fire station. We have to believe that our health and our safety is truly important to you. That perhaps this action is largely a negotiation tactic, and that's why we're here today, but we're here as citizens with fear for our lives. We're here to urge, to plead, and to demand that you rescind the layoff notices to the 6 public safety firefighters and paramedics. We demand that fire station number 2 on the west side of Calexico remain open and operational, and we demand that you practice your oath to protect our health and safety, our quality of life, and that you make soundly justified fiscal decisions that don't have death as a consequence to us whom you vowed to serve. As a concerned, active, and informed citizen, we have reviewed financial information made publicly available by you, the city, as well as financial information in the form of a presentation that you were allowed to be watched tonight, and we appreciate that. And it was made last night also at William Moreno High School by Dr. Peter Donahue with PBI Associates. We reviewed public information that included a hefty loss of revenue through the reduction of business license fees, fire late fees, fire and business fees, that in the year 2050 generated over $1 million for the city of Calexico. That reduction was supposed to attract new businesses, help the city grow economically, and improve enterprise. This was not the case, and in 2016, the city reported a loss in revenue from the aforementioned fees in the amount of $434,651.67. That amount is pretty darn close to close that budget gap that you have to fill. Also, council meeting of December 13th, 2016, roughly 2.5 months ago, this council approved a resolution approving the purchase of a tax defaulted property from the Imperial County Treasurer. Item 5 of the backup documentation showed that the purchase price of $500,000 would be taken from Enterprise Fund, your water account. It's another $500,000. I think we're talking about $500,000 that it would take to save our life, to save these folks back here, and to give this community what we need. Last night, we also heard from Heffernan Board, you heard from them earlier today, who announced that they have attempted to engage the city officials to resolve the budget gap that would also prevent the closure of Fire Station Number 2. We also learned that other departments are historically and consistently over budget, while the fire department budget is consistently either below or within their budget. Yet we, the citizens, would suffer the repercussions of a fire department being within budget and losing that fire department. It's a little strange to me, but here are some suggestions. Perhaps making every department stay within budget. Sounds just very easy and very rational. Consider library day closures, put capital improvements on hold, seek reimbursement from the feds for services rendered at the port of entry, sell property, or perhaps don't purchase property, like what was considered on the December 13th council meeting, until you've aligned or balanced the budget. Or declare bankruptcy and start all over. It's a scary mess that we're in right now. I'm not sure where it started. We hear a lot from this council, past councils before that it was always that council's fault, that administration's fault. It's always someone way, way back that created it. We have folks, and no disrespect to anyone here, we have nothing but respect and value and honor for the work that you do here. We have folks on this council that have been part of the last council. We have folks that left that previous council that had been 2 terms on council. That's 8 years. That's 8 years of being on council saying it's some other council's fault. And ultimately what's happening is we're losing services. We're losing services in a city that already has the highest unemployment rate, highest poverty rates. We have, at some point, Imperial Valley had the highest obesity rates, and when you think of what that causes in terms of medical costs, we have one of the highest diabetes rates. And I think if you ask any of those folks that save lives every day, they would tell you about call after call. I'm sure that they go on and rescue lives. We're gutted to the core. We're gutted to the bone in terms of what we have to offer. We have very little, but what we can't put on the table are people's lives. I want to talk about the general plan a little bit. I don't know how much time I have left, but I'll try to go really fast. The general plan for that every city is supposed to have mandated by law sets forth the goals, the policies, and directions that the city will take in managing its future. The general plan is the citizens' blueprint for development, the guide to achieve our vision. California law requires each local government to adopt a local general plan, which must contain at least 7 elements: land use, transportation, housing, conservation, noise, open space, and safety. I looked for the city's current safety element. I looked for the housing element. I'm not going to talk about that today, and I'll talk to city manager about that. Public safety is mandated by law. The state of California requires a safety element as part of all city and county general plans. Government Code Section 65302.1 mandates the creation and adoption of this element. Furthermore, the California Council on Intergovernmental Relations has promulgated advisory guidelines to be used in developing this and other mandatory plan elements. According to these guidelines, the safety element is to be tied in with social, economic, and environmental factors in the general development plan. There's a scope and a purpose to this plan. Aside from complying with state law, there are numerous objectives. Number one, to identify all public safety items which relate to your general plan. Number two, incorporate public safety considerations into the overall planning process to add another dimension of insight and greater comprehensiveness to the city's overall general plan. Number three, suggest methods for achieving maximum feasible safety for citizens. Number four, recommend measures to reduce the probability of loss of life, injuries, damage to property, economic and social dislocation resulting from fire, dangerous geologic occurrences, and most other natural and man-created hazards, provide citizens with an increased sense of security and well-being. And please mark my words, increased sense of security doesn't happen when you shut down our fire station. Set forth means of correcting or mitigating hazards, inform citizens of potential safety problems, and provide information regarding emergency situations, assist public safety officials in dealing with matters of safety and emergency occurrences, assure that physical manifestations of safety considerations are reflected in the general plan. I'm sure you guys all know this, and I might be preaching to the choir. The goal is to have a safer environment for citizens and visitors. I did a little bit of preliminary research on the Gold Cross ambulance that's here, and I have to say something very quickly. This Gold Cross ambulance in here is not going to take the place of what 6 people do on a life-saving basis every day, and it's not going to replace an entire fire station that's there. Every single safety vehicle that belongs to the city of Calexico through the fire department, every engine, every truck, and every ambulance is equipped with ALS, Advanced Life Support. Every single one of them, every single one. And every crew that mans these vehicles has the knowledge, the expertise to save a life, not just basic first aid. And not just transport. That's what the ambulance will do. Your fire engines aren't going to transport somebody to the hospital. That's what your ambulance does. This Gold Cross isn't exclusive to the city of Calexico. It's a mutual aid vehicle. It's a mutual aid agreement. And at any point, this Gold Cross ambulance can take off and help any other city that's in need, any other person whose life is at danger. And we don't have that here. We won't have it here. That can't be what you tell us as reassurance that we're going to be okay, that we're not going to feel an effect of not having 6 of these guys and an entire station gone. We won't stand for that. It makes no sense. Our life is really on the line. I'm here to plead with you on behalf of all these folks that for whatever reason gave me the privilege of standing up here and making this plea to all of you. We're all one. I'm a resident of this city, and my dad lives here. My dad's elderly, and I'll tell you that you're all here. When you all campaign, you all say wonderful things, and we invoke all our trust into you. And so please keep your word. Please don't remove these services from us. Keep us as whole and healthy as possible. Thank you so much for your time.
Carla Flores.
Closer, yeah. Carla Flores, 602 Amelia Drive. I'm here for 2 reasons. One, because I am on the agenda for item number 6 for the Housing Authority, and I hope you guys have all reviewed my application and taken me into consideration. Second is I'm here in support of the fire department. My parents' house is 2.5 blocks away from station number 2. And I'm just going to give you a little scenario. Maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, I have a disabled father at home. 4 or 5 years ago, he ended up having a heart attack. If station number 2 wouldn't have arrived when they did, by the time station from over here arrived, my dad would have been dead. I work 9 hours a day. My dad is home alone with the caregiver, and the caregiver doesn't have a vehicle. So who do we rely on? We rely on our emergency service. I think that all this that we've been hearing, and thanks to Dr. Donahue for all the great information that he brought in, This all falls back into our management system. All of you guys are smart. We're not here to tell you what you guys need to do. We understand your role, and I'm sure that you understand what our role is as well. We are residents. We voted for you guys to make a great decision in bringing the best administrators to administer our city of Calexico. I started coming to the city council meetings, and we gave Mr. Oscar Rodriguez such a hard time. There was so much pressure put into him. Then it was Takata, if I think I'm remembering. From there, who else did we have? Quinn was our, Takata, it was Warren, and then.
6 city managers in 6
Yeah,
years.
you know, we've been putting so much pressure into our city managers since that day. I don't see anybody putting pressure to Mr. Villa, and I'm sorry, with all due respect, Mr. Villa, I don't know you personally or anything like that. This is the very first time that I come to a city council meeting, you being the manager, but I feel that it's a domino effect. If you as city councils are not doing your job, that means our city manager is not doing their job. You're taking 30% off of all the employees in the city. And I just heard, I didn't even know this, that management didn't take a 30% off. They should be taking a fucking 50% off, and I'm sorry, but I am really upset. And I'm gonna say this. Maybe about 9 or 10 months ago, I reported a light in front of our house that doesn't work. We contacted the IID. The IID went out there. In less than 2 days, they checked it out and they reported back to us, said, that is a city light. Okay, who do I call? I call Public Works in Calexico. The gal who answered said, okay, we're gonna send somebody. I waited 2 weeks, nobody went out there. I called back. They gave me the runarounds until I said, you know what, if I don't get to talk to the person in charge, I'm gonna go and stand at the city council meeting and I'm gonna report this. And I really don't wanna do that. You know, because they're getting paid to do a job. I work for the county, and if I get a complaint, I have 24 hours to find out what the cause is and to get it resolved. But that's what I'm getting paid. And I'm not getting paid $125,000, just like some of these administrators are doing. 10 months, that light, Mr. Finley called me personally because don't know if he got afraid that I was gonna come to the council meeting, but he called me personally. And you know what he said? We're gonna get to it. He calls me 2 days later, oh, they stole the wire, the copper. I'm like, how can they steal a copper? It's in front of my yard. My yard is intact. So there I go around the block to see if I didn't find anything. There was nothing to be found. As of today, the light is still not on. And I don't care about the light. What I care is about you paying a public works director who gets $125,000 a year and is not doing their job. Yet you want to get rid of six firemen who are doing their job. I don't see the narrative of how you guys are coming up with these ideas. And I know that you guys are only taking direction from what our city manager is giving you. So my advice to you is start with your management. Start with your management team. Find out what is really going on there. And, you know, and I feel so bad for all the families, the officers, the fire department, us as residents. Where do we stand? And I'm not going to stand here because there's a lot of people that are going to talk. But yes, I live on the other side. And regardless, if we only have one station, what if the station went for an emergency on the other side of town? And the other side of town is in an emergency. Who's going to come? Are we going to wait for Gold Cross? Are we going to wait for El Centro? Are we going to wait for who? Mexicali to come out? I mean, these are things that we need to really, and I'm sure you guys you guys are smart, you guys have analyzed all this. I'm not going to stand up here and be preaching of something that, you know, we've already heard. But I just feel that it's management who needs to be shaken up. And I work with budgets, I work with county budgets, and I work with state budgets. So don't give me any BS that, you know what, we can't fix the books, because the books need to be fixed. And you know what? And if it takes overtime, stay in for overtime and fix these, because we want these numbers by next week. Thank you.
Maribel Padilla.
Maribel Padilla, 1232 AC Nogales. Mr. Villa, I've been here, you've seen me in the past meetings. And the first thing I asked when Mrs. Myers had her presentation, the first thing I asked was for you to take the cut and lead by example to your employees. I don't know if you did or you haven't. That's on you, okay? I also asked the council, you need to take a cut if they're going to take a cut. I know you did take a cut, and you got rid of your insurance, so you took your cut, okay? I've been here for these meetings. I've never seen this amount of people here, ever. Where were you when the first meeting, when Mrs. Myers said, we're in a crisis, we're gonna have to either cut everybody across the board 30%, or we're gonna have to lay off? Where were you? Where were the town halls? Where were the podcasts? Where was everything when she stood here and said, you're in crisis, you have to do something? No, nobody got up, nobody came when the employees here took the 30% cut. Did anybody come and cry when the police took their 30 or whatever it was that they took? And maybe it wasn't the deal that all the others wanted, but they took it. You weren't here. You're here for your firemen, and I am not against the firemen. They helped my mom when I needed it. I'm not against them. But this is reality. Everybody was asked to take a cut. The firemen have refused. Therefore, because they have refused, they have no other recourse than to lay off those 6 and close the station. That is why this is being done. If they were to take the cut, they would not lay off those 6. They would not close that station. Now, I understand. You got your PhD guy who's finding this money, this magical money. Yes, I want to find it too. And this is what I propose to you, council. Forget this. Forget your individual townhouse. Ask Padre Miguel to lend you the hall that they have, Juan Diego Hall. Have a town hall meeting for the whole entire town, for the family of the members who have taken the cut already. Those couples that are married that have taken it double, where were you standing up for them that took it double? Nowhere. You weren't here. I was here. I've been here to these meetings. I didn't talk when you talked, so be quiet. So, yeah. So the thing is, yeah, I kept quiet while everybody spoke. So you're going to do the same. So the thing is, you ask.
No
Padre
remarks
Miguel,
from audience, please.
ask the priest to lend you the thing. Have a town hall where Mrs. Myers, the expert on this, not the financial guy that's in right now, you know, the one that did the budget, have her along with Mr. Donahue together, side by side. And they look at every single slide, and Mr. Donahue can say, look, this is where I see that this might be a money that we can use. And then you have her saying, okay, yes, we can use it, no, we can't use it. If we cannot use it, she needs to provide proof of the law that stipulates you cannot use it. Or she can say, yes, we can use it, we found it, whatever, good, it works. But we have to have them together, side by side, so we can all see. Because right now, we're seeing his side. You guys are seeing his side. You're not seeing what the other lady has done for the city. So you don't have that other side. There's always 2 sides to the story. You've seen one last night, and you've seen one, the same one today. You weren't here for the other one. I was. So let's be fair. Do a town hall for the whole city, for every single employee that has taken the cut. They manned up and took it. Fire department needs to take it. And then, if there's money that you guys are hiding somewhere, they can go sue and say, you know what? You found the money, pay me back and pay back all the other employees that have been taking it for the last 2 months or whenever it was enacted. Then you pay them back if there is such a money that you guys found, that was found. But it has to be a co-thing together where we can get answers from both of them, not just one. You need to hear both of them. And we need to have the proof. Not, no, you can't do that. No, prove to me. Show me where it says I cannot move that money, I cannot use that money. That's what we need. I'm glad there's a lot of people here today. That's what this city needs. We are in this state of a mess because nobody comes to the council meetings. Nobody speaks up. Nobody gives you shit like I do. Like I've been telling you, this, and that. You guys don't come till now because you have a family member that's going to be impacted. No. You care about your city, you come to your council meetings and you stay here and you look at everything. If you do care for your city. Because you don't care for your city. You care for your loved one that's a fireman. That's who you care for, not the city. If you would care for the city, you would be here. Be here. Be part of this. Not just because your fireman is going to be cut. Guess what? The other people got cut. It's sad. Nobody should have to have been cut. And it's other administrations that screwed up. We can't do anything else. And, so Leti could talk forever, right? Yeah. So no. Yeah. If she can talk, I can talk. So this is what I propose. Get this meeting ASAP. Get Ms. Myers here. Get Mr. Donahue. Get them together. And they can work something out so we can all see what's going on together. And for now, firemen, take the cut. And so they won't have the layoffs. Because the other employees in this city took the cut. You're not fighting for them, are you? So no.
Excuse me.
So let's get this meeting going as fast as we can.
Next.
Héctor Martínez.
Good evening, citizens of Calexico, dear members of the board. My name is Hector Martinez, 1233 Di Patiño Street, with the Heffernan Memorial Healthcare District. I'm the current treasurer. First, I want to start off with a question. What's the deficit? Why are they being cut? Is it $400,000, $500,000, $600,000? What's the number?
That's the gap amount.
We're not, well,
The gap amount that's expected for their department is in that range, yes.
For 1 year? Or
no,
for
but the
one
city-
fiscal year.
But the city was in the red $4 million.
Okay. All right, so I'm just here to inform the people and be informed as well. That's why I asked the question.
3.9 million? That's why 3.9 million, right? We're in the red.
Okay. So the Heffernan board in the past year has given the fire department $1.2 million. Not in the past year, but the past years, okay? So we don't think that this should be taken as a business or as a cut. This is a service for the people, right? So we want to help the fire department and work with the city council. Hopefully you accept the meeting, the joint meeting that our president, Sylvia Renal, proposed, so that way we can get to an agreement so that doesn't have to go down. Because from a logistics perspective, this doesn't work. Having just one fire station, like the rest of the people have said, I think everyone here, and talking to the lady that just spoke, I don't think everyone here is just to support their family. I think everyone's here to support the whole city, and that's why I'm here. And I'm saying this because I have no relatives in the fire department. I've never had an emergency. And all my family lives in Mexicali. I'm a Calexico citizen. My parents live in Moreno Valley, so I'm the only one in Calexico. But I do care about all the people, and that's why I'm here speaking for you and in front of the city council, because we want this to happen. We want this to stay, and hopefully even grows, because this is a service. This is a need for the people. This is not a business. This is not a business. So hopefully you accept. So hopefully you talk with us, create that joint meeting, open for the public to listen what we have to offer, right? And keep the services. Thank you.
Ángel Esparza.
Ángel Esparza, 937 4th Street. Good evening, Honorable Council. Haven't been here in a while. Happy to see new faces. I want to start off with the city manager. I know that he's a very capable person and has done good work with the county and with the Temecula in the past. And I know he's finding ways to get more revenue for the city and get the city back on track. But that being said, I understand that the city is in financial issues, and that's the reason we've been asking for a 30% cut in salaries. The police union already took the hit, the city staff took the hit, but why hasn't that administrative side, the one that gets the most money and would help the most to the budget, haven't gotten a hit, including you, Mr. City Manager? Or if Eduardo, the one that's in charge in finance, why hasn't he taken a hit? Now, for the firefighters and their families, it's beautiful to see all of you here united for a cause, speaking up for injustice. And I'm glad you guys didn't just take the 30% cut because you feel that that's not just. And maybe the police doesn't have the support they have because maybe we as a city hasn't had a positive interaction with the police or a positive interaction with the city staff. But nonetheless, let's speak up for those situations that don't affect us directly. Because by caring for others and getting more involved is the only way we can change our community. And we got to start blaming the council too, because we keep blaming them, but who voted for them? We did. So I recommend that we ask ourselves, how can I personally do for Calexico? How can I make Calexico better? Because it's up to all of us to change Calexico. Thank you.
James Beaver.
James Beaver, Calexico. I'm a police commissioner for the Police Advisory Board. We haven't had our meetings yet, but we're in support of anything that has to do with public safety. I've lived here in Calexico for about 46 years. I remember over in David Navarro on the west side. And I remember our fire department, number 2, I think, closed down, and then it came back. At that time, we were having a problem with Pacific Union, the train cutting off all traffic, and Mrs. Vizcarra kind of said the correct thing. She just left out the school traffic, the early morning school traffic. The Union Pacific was coming exactly at 7:38 when all the parents had to take their children to school. I mean, how ridiculous could that be? But that was resolved. And the issue we have now is with this new border. This is a 7-month project. There's no, Imperial Avenue is already cut off right now. They may have an Explorer on 5th Street. I've seen them on 111, barely on Grant. So, and my 40 years here, the first 10 years or 5 years, I was always told that life expectancy in a major heart attack or anything is 15 minutes to the hospital. And I don't see that being possible during this time. So I'm pleading on behalf of the Police Advisory Commission that this council, at least until the border crossing issue is solved. You can't get crossed Imperial Avenue practically right now. On an emergency, the cars are backed up all the way to Highway 80. It's a very scary situation.
with the 15-minute life expectancy to a major hospital. So of all what I've heard right now, they've left out the border, the new border that's one lane to Mexico. And that really is detrimental. And I wish more people like Mrs. Bicara and others would step up to the plate, run for city council. I think that's the main problem. You know, you criticize the city council, but you guys are experts standing up here. Why aren't you up here as a city council? That's something to think about. But we want to keep the fire. I'm for the fire department. I hope we find a solution, if not a permanent, at least a temporary, until we get this new border issue solved, because it's not a joke. I cross every day Imperial Avenue. I've got my sneaky routes because I live here, but I guarantee you, I don't recommend it to anybody. I've seen an increase in road rage, if that's what you want to call it. Big semi, well, not semis, but pickups, four-wheel drives. You just kind of they're just going crazy on a date. I thought about even videoing it. I don't want that as a career. But maybe I'll go on CNN or Calexico, Mi Calexico, whatever. But it is a serious situation. People are getting absolutely upset. Every time the government, federal government has a plan, it affects the impact of Calexico. And I'll tell you the truth. I've been here long enough to know that when the new port of entry was conducted under NAFTA, the city council attended meetings. They were supposed to come through Highway 80, through Calexico, and pay for the improvement of the road. And that didn't happen. Federal government is always one step ahead of all of us. I'm an immigration consultant. I've been for 36 years. They're always one step ahead of the city of Calexico. And what they did is build Interstate 7, right? Right to Interstate 8. So that adios Calexico, and who's paying for the pavement of that road? Nobody. That's what happens because they fell asleep. I used to take my son from David Navarro to Willie Moreno. He was 8 years old, 9. He was upset because I gave him a ride from 920 David Navarro to Willie Moreno, Blanchard. He felt real bad. Look, my friends, the peer pressure, are making fun of me. Why is my father living? I was scared to death of that road, 40 miles an hour. And I came to the city council. I said, we need to put a stop sign somewhere around there on Cloak Road or before that. Well, it's Caltrans. It's Caltrans. We can't do it. Wasn't that funny? It took the life of 2 young girls. If some of you have been around here as long as I have. They put a stop sign way before Cloak Road. They put a traffic light on Cloak Road. They put a traffic light on Main. Don't tell me it can't be done. Let's not fall victims to priority with the federal government because of a border. Why are we pleasing Mexico? And I'm not Donald Trump. For God's sake, don't confuse me. Okay? I don't want a wall. We had one in Berlin. Okay? My dad served in World War II. I was a Vietnam-era veteran. So I'm not for any type of wall. But why is it that the federal government's agenda is before the needs and city of Calexico? We've had a lot of employers on Imperial Avenue. They're not going to last 7 months without business. And that's the truth, honest truth. The police department, I'm for them. I supported them. Thank God they were able to solve their situation and remain here. That's for safety. But the fire department is here for health. And I do have family on the west side, and it's frightening. So I ask for the council's support. If not permanent, something till we get over this crisis with the federal government on Cesar Chavez. 1 lane to Mexicali is maddening. And I didn't see an Explorer till maybe 12 or 1 o'clock today on 5th Street. And an emergency, as again, the fire department will agree with me, 15 minutes is life expectancy to a major hospital. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kim?
We're going to take a 10-minute recess. No, I'm just joking.
My name is John Kim, honorable council members, and I believe I didn't think about you need to have details information. I believe you already have knowledge is what your duty. A citizen doesn't have to teaching you detail your duty, you're forgetting. I didn't know our council member brainless with a nice mouth. Yes, they are failing, our city is failing to do their job, their duties. Today, I got a call from the friends, they investing in the house, they were watching the Calexico house prices. And they wants to buy a house and renting. And then asked me why all the places going up, the price, why the Calexico going down the price? Do I have to wait more? Then I have to tell him, yes, you have to wait more, going to withdraw more. Why? I told him, the city is failing to serve the community living. So our city is put shopping center up the front. They believe shopping center going to give the money to them. What they did, they didn't collect the $5.8 million impact fees. They didn't sell the land. They're using it, $2.8 million worth of gun clubs. They didn't collect it. And they give the $4.5 million for the road to a new project. Now they're deferring the $500,000 again. At the same time, our city staff, without them, there's no cash, so they have to wait to fix the mold and the what's called the fire departments, and I think they still not be able to move out. When I was council member, I was put on top of it. They said, oh yeah, it's going to be pretty soon. The pretty soon it takes months and months. So where are they spending money? Where is their priorities? For the citizens or shopping center? Shopping center for the city of Calexico right now is reliable. Why? Because the city of Calexico is paying $700,000, their bond payments. The $700 bond payment, who owned that bond? The same owner of the Grand Plaza, they own the bond. So they're collecting money, $700,000 from us. That's whole shuffling the money. And they don't want to see the money. They don't want to do the shuffling. They just squeezing the community to serve for them. I was trying to put several things to put together. I think it's pretty soon going to be reading it. And I believe this council is not the council. It's the Grand Plaza board members. They are running to serve for them. And even the December 28th, they just secretly may have a meeting, just nobody there, even the Grand Plaza, nobody there, and they approved the $500,000 deferred. They're deferring the money, but then they're never going to be collected like a $5.8 million impact fees. They did the same things. And if you guys cannot do your job, you should quit. Why you have to exchange this public safety with the Grand Plaza? Why you have to jeopardizing our safety? What kind of brain you have to hurting our safety? Our safety is the first priority on the citizens, and you guys failing that one. And then you guys touch the police department. Now you wanna lay off the 6 safety officers. That's why you guys don't have a brain. Thank you for the nice mouth.
Ben Horton?
presentation?
Not a presentation, just an information.
You only have 3 minutes, you know that.
I know. That's why I wrote it out. Mr. Mayor, distinguished members of the council, city manager, attorney, and the great people of Calexico. I believe one thing, give me the paper. Give me the paper. The paper speaks more than what the words are. We have heard so many things. We have had a great presentation, and I'm giving you a short little presentation. I wrote it out. It says public comments, and what I'm talking about here is that information on resolution number 0430. This was a resolution that was put together by the people of Calexico. The people of Calexico voted for this, and part of it was to go to public safety. A certain percentage of the TOT tax. And you ask, why am I talking about the TOT tax? The reason why is, last year, I was involved with the Economic Commission. We were looking at some of the things that take place in the hotels. I requested for public information, not because I knew something was going to happen in the next year, just for my information. I read it, then I noticed at the end that a certain amount of money was supposed to be set aside for public safety. To this date, nobody can tell me where the money went. Nobody. And this is the fact there. You have the paperwork, the resolution. It talks about it. We don't know where the money went. But yet, the money was allocated for public safety.
What year was this?
This was in, it started 2004, 2006. You can research it. You have a copy of the resolution right there in hand. The paper speaks to you. We can say a lot of things, but the facts and the information speaks to you. That's one part. One thing I am in support of is our great firefighters. You look at what they do and what they have done, they speak for themselves. Their performance speaks for them. You can say everything you want to, but look at their performance. And I think we have the greatest firefighters in the valley, bar none. Calexico does not have too many things that we can boast about. But we can boast about our firefighters with pride. With pride. And I say to these great individuals, they walk with pride. They walk well with me. And they should walk well with anybody in this city. And then that's part of it. One of the other things that I'm looking for is I propose a resolution for the lifetime achievement for Dan Navarro. Maybe not so many of you remember Dan Navarro. I went to school with him. Last meeting, I gave the council the information what his achievements were. He's going to be in the city of Calexico on April the 1st. And that's another great something that Calexico can talk about. I'm asking the city council to give some consideration to giving him a resolution for lifetime. He's a homegrown individual. He came from Calexico. He did something great. He has done movies, did other things. And he's going to be performing April the 1st. So, but getting back to the firefighters, hurrah for the firefighters. I'll stand by you anytime, any day. Thank you.
Ismael López.
Good evening, Councilman, Councilwoman, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, Attorney, public, ladies and gentlemen, Ismael Lopez, 1094 Holdridge. Great city of Calexico. And I keep saying it, the greatest city in the Imperial Valley. Mr. Donahue, great presentation, thank you. But I noticed that two elements where we can see where the money is or went, simple, cash flow statement, where the money went, how it was spent, invested, prepaid, what have you. And the second one is bank reconciliations. Money in, money out. Simple. Where are they? As a former commissioner for the finance on the past administration, we requested information many times. We got zero. We were promised that that information is going to be given to us on a certain day, on a certain month, and it went and went and went. The last one I remember was October of last year. To hear today that it's not even there yet. We went through an audit, and where's the results of the audit? I'm hearing that it's not finished. That doesn't speak well for this administration at all. Not against you, Mr. Villa. You are a newcomer, and your hands are full, your plate is full. But use the resources. Invest wisely. Bring people and finish this. I think all of us wanted to know what happened to, right now they're saying 24 mil. I think there's too much money in there. It's not 24 mil. It's in the millions, but not 24, for the little information that I gather. We should welcome a joint, I'll say, team, or Mr. Donahue and Ms. Mayer, so they can gather and request the information needing to finish this, to provide you, Council, with all the information and for all the people to know what happened. We're still guessing what happened, where it went. It's I will say, it's past tense. Money's gone. But where? Where it went? And what solutions Council is going to dictate through city manager to perform, and we stop the bleeding. I just heard that we're in the red, 3.5 mil, and we redid, you did, a new budget. I don't know where you're getting your information, but it was not wise, because we're going into the red, and that's what I just heard. Please, please, I know you're short of staff, accounting short of staff. Bring it in, finish this. We all need it. Thank you very much.
Flavio Grijalva.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Council. Flavio Grijalva, 936 East 3rd. I'll admit, I'm one of the guys that doesn't come to the City Council meetings a lot, but that doesn't mean I'm not aware of what's going on. All right, I like to keep tabs of pretty much everything that's going on. I'm a union representative for Teamsters. My job is to try to know as much as possible so that when situations of what the firefighters are going through, we have the ability to be able to back up what, as a union rep, our responsibilities are, and in situations of when they're having to bring in Mr. Donahue, for them to verify what's going on. I know part of the talk has been about, right now mentioning about bringing Mr. Donahue and Mrs. Myers together. I have to tell you, it's not Mr. Donahue's job or responsibility to figure that out. That's you as a city council, that's you as a city manager. It's the financial advisor, your officers here, responsibility to complete this task. Now I'll say this, we stand here before you, the citizens of the city of Calexico, to ask you to reconsider your decision to terminate 6 firefighters. You made this decision by telling the citizens that this had to happen because of the city's financial crisis. The problem I have with this is that I still haven't seen what's at the end of the year budget. That's my biggest problem with this, where you guys say there's a budget, but you can't provide that proof. City manager states in parts that the reason is because everyone was supposed to take a 30% pay cut in order to balance this year's budget. That's your job, city manager, to tell the city what needs to happen based on your information given from your advisors, from your administration. But I'm also trying to figure out how cutting 6 firefighters from the payroll completes the balancing of the budget when you're still short 6 additional firefighters to have full staff. So in reality, you want the city to operate with 16 firefighters for a population of over 40,000. Please answer how you plan on completing this task. I also want to know how you guys plan on covering the OT that this is probably going to generate. Because the overtime is probably going to create the budget or create the deficit or the money that you're going to need for the 6 firefighters that you're about to cut. So you're still not saving any money. I want to know how the city plans on maintaining arrival times for both the east and west side of the towns when only 1 fire truck and maybe 1 ambulance are operating at a time in the city. Ms. Uno brought up the situation with Gold Cross Ambulance. Gold Cross Ambulance is a mutual aid unit. Having worked formerly for Gold Cross Ambulance, I also know that they are a transport company who is allowed to operate paramedics and EMTs, which means they are not first responders. You have to have the fire department respond first whenever Gold Cross Ambulance responds. They have to take care, they have to take over the care from the primary response, which is the fire department. At the end of the day, you've made this a citywide problem, okay? Now, there are areas that took pay cuts. There are agencies, there are the rest of the city employees that took pay cuts. I'm still not in agreement with that, but it happened. But in regards to the fire department, that's something that I stand behind, and I stand behind whenever it comes to emergency services, because I've been in the emergency field close to 20 years, okay? I know what it takes. I know what they do. I know the responsibilities they go through. I've had to use them because of my father. Calexico Fire was there during the last moments of my father's life. Nothing they could do, but I felt comfortable knowing that they were available, that they're only 2.5 blocks away from Station 2. I'm sorry, from my father's house, 2.5 blocks away, next station, okay? Shutting down Station 2, removing 6 firefighters, one is not gonna help you balance the budget. Because if you're telling me that those 6 firefighters are gonna help clear the $3.9 million you guys need, damn it, I'm gonna go back to school and become one of you guys. This isn't the solution. And telling the firefighters that they need to take a 30% pay cut or you're gonna lose 6 is not a negotiation, it's blackmail. Do your job, figure this out, do not cut the firefighters. Because I'll tell you right now, I will be one of the first ones, and I've said it before, I'll be one of the first ones standing in front of them to take bullets. Because sure as hell, you guys don't want to be in a situation where you need them.
Rosa Rodriguez.
Can you see me? I'm a bit short. Good evening, council. Good evening, everybody. My name is Eva Rosa Rodriguez, 2112 Bush Court. I just want to make it clear to the council and to everybody here, I am not related to any firefighters at all. In fact, I don't think I know any of them personally, to be honest. But that is how important they are to me. Today is the second day that I will not see my son because I work. After work, you know, I come to these meetings. I went to a meeting yesterday. I went to a meeting today. But I'm here at this meeting today. But that is how important it is to me. As you can see, it is for a lot of people. And I wish you would have seen. Maybe somebody can provide pictures of all the people that were at the town meeting yesterday, and of everybody that signed in. Because it's not just a few of us here. It's hundreds of people. And, see, Miss Aguilar has it right there. I also want to say that obviously we all care for our families, and that's one of the main concerns that we are here. We all care for our loved ones. I do not know a lot about finances, so I'm not going to pretend that I do. So I'm going to tell you about other numbers that I learned about yesterday. I learned that the second fire station opened in 1989. And back then, the last census was that was taken was in 1990, was about 18,000 residents. Since then, the city population has more than doubled. So it doesn't make any sense to get rid of Fire Station 2. It fathoms how somebody could come to that decision. And like the person previous to me said, you don't say it's just this or that, you try to find solutions. Like somebody else already said, we voted for you because we put our faith in you to find those solutions. And that is why I'm here today, to ask you to please find another solution. Because closing Fire Station 2, to be honest, is irresponsible and unwise. And I'm not trying to insult you. That is not what I'm here for. But that is simply by logic the case. You cannot have one fire station with more than 40,000 residents. And that's not even counting everybody that crosses through every single day. Every single day. So it's not 40,000. It's way more than that. So you're not putting the safety, the health, and the lives of 40,000 people in risk. It's much more than that. Now, I know that we've all probably thought of the different scenarios. I know I have. Because even though I live on the east side, my son, after school, I have a son with special needs. He goes to Rockwood School, 8 years old. He's dropped off at my parents' house on the west side. I don't want to think what will happen to him because he has many health issues. If my parents have to call for emergency services and it's after school time because he's released before everybody, all the other kids. He's home by 2:15. I don't want to think how long it will take them to cross all the traffic of after school time. Or, lo and behold, there is a train passing by and it's blocking access. Or, you know, if people are making line to go to Mexicali. I know I try to cross every intersection. I don't know, somebody needs to tell me their secret route because I haven't been able to find it. I've tried every single one and they are all blocked. And a siren is not going to make 10 different cars move. It's just not going to happen. That ambulance, that fire truck, those emergency services that somebody on that side is desperately waiting for, they're going to get stuck just like everybody else. I was told that the fire station number 2 receives 5,000 calls per year. Wow. I didn't know that number. That really caught my attention. 5,000 calls per year. What I can tell you as an educator is that we have 12 schools, 2,500 students. A lot of you were in education. You know me because you were or you are in education. 2,500 students go to school on the west side. But see, that's the thing. It doesn't just affect those 2,500 students that go to school on the west side. Because if somebody's taking a call on the west side and somebody calls an ambulance on the east side, it actually affects all 9,200 children, minors, students, not just us, not just the people that somebody mentioned there's a very high diabetes rate. It's your children, it's my children, it's their children, it's your grandchildren. That's what worries me. I've been in the ER myself. I've taken my grandparents, I've taken my son. But the reason I landed on the ER was because of a food allergy. Did I know I had a food allergy? No. I found out by being like a monster. Like, anybody seen the movie Hitch? Oh, he was pretty compared to me. I was scratching, I was this big, my airway started to constrict. I didn't have the 15 minutes or the 20 minutes or however long it would have taken one ambulance on one side of the city to go to the other side of the city, or one fire station personnel to go to the other side of the city. I wouldn't be standing here today. And I know about budgets. Everybody knows about budgets, whether they work with a state budget, local budget, household budget. Everybody has to budget, period. But I have one word for you: priorities. If the safety and health of your residents is not a priority, and let's put it in very simple terms, a house budget. What am I going to pay for? My home insurance or my cable? Priorities. Okay, you cannot make the safety, the health, and the lives of your residents, your citizens, the people that voted for you, you cannot put them on the bottom of your priority list. I'm sorry, no. We shouldn't even be here discussing that. I don't. Another thing that I was surprised to learn was that no impact study was performed prior for this decision being made. As a teacher, I always tell my students, evidence, 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 evidence. You don't just say an answer willy-nilly. You actually think about it. You show me the evidence. You put some thought into it. You don't just say budget, 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 because you know what? Budgets can be manipulated. Like I said, priorities. And another thing that I learned yesterday, and they actually didn't talk about it at the meeting, but I do have a friend, and let me be clear, that doesn't work in Calexico. It's a firefighter somewhere else in the state of California. I was very concerned, so I called him. And I said, oh my gosh, this and this is going on. And he said, well, what is the ISO rating? And I was like, the what? What are you talking about? And he very briefly explained, and maybe somebody else in the audience, a firefighter perhaps, can do a much better job in explaining this. The ISO stands for Insurance Service Office, and that is an agency that works with other insurance agencies in rating basically the safety of a city. And by closing Fire Station 2, you can bet your bottom dollar that rating will be affected in a negative manner, which means that the home insurance rates for every single resident of Calexico will most possibly increase. Not by hundreds, but even by thousands. It's happened in other cities. So I don't know if somebody here can tell me the ISO rating, but if we are left 4, wow. And that's of 1 through 10, by the way. So I don't see the Fire Station 2 as taking a step backwards. I see it as taking 100 steps backwards. I plead to you, find another solution. You are elected officials. We put our trust in you. And I'm not just here representing one person. I am fortunate enough to have almost my entire family be residents and voting citizens, I might add, of Calexico. I'm talking aunts, uncles, cousins, the daughters and sons of cousins. I mean, I joke around that if I get a flat tire anywhere in Calexico, it doesn't matter. I don't even need a cell phone. I can just walk to a relative's place. So I'm here representing all of them. And I implore to you, do not close Fire Station 2. Do not lay off 6 officers. They are important to everybody in Calexico. Thank you.
Marlene Mesa?
Marlene Mesa, 2325 Clinton. Yes, I am related to one of the firemen. But, and yes, that's one of my points. But to be here and make a decision to mess with people's livelihood and not have the paperwork to show where the money is going to or what is more important than them is stupidity. Because you want to say that the residents of Calexico are not as important because, I don't know, maybe a park is more important or whatever. I really don't care for a park. I really don't care for some trees that were planted and never watered. But anyways, if you're gonna make that kind of decision, I feel that you should have paperwork to back you up and not have to bring somebody from elsewhere to come and educate you on that. And also, on that side of town, you don't just have the schools, you have homes, you have businesses, you have the outlet, and there's a lot of congestion and to get from point A to point B. And also, my son has breathing issues. I luckily just moved to this side of town. But I can assure you that if something were to happen to him and you decided to get rid of Fire Station 2 and he was on that Blanche, I will definitely bring a lawsuit to the city for making such a dumb decision. Also, you are willing to let go of these men that have been here 6 to 10 years. So you haven't hired anybody, and you're gonna bring in some unexperienced guy or woman, whatever, and lessen their pay without experience. Like, you know these people. And also, I don't agree. I was here for the police department, just to inform you. And also, I have been in other positions where they want to mess with my pay, but if it's me, I'm gonna fight it, and I did. But if you care about your pay and you deserve it, you are going to fight for your own pay. So if you can't fight for yourself, sorry, you took the 30% cut. But they do not have to give you that because they always take. They always give. They furloughs and other decreases in pay, and again, and so you want to get rid of them? I mean, all of you, I'm assuming, are residents of Calexico. So you have family here, and they should matter to you whether they live on this side or that side. And also, it's already been brought up about who makes the decision about a 30% cut. And where do you start? I should start at the top because you make more than enough for what it costs to live here. And so, and just because you set the example. Sorry, I have my notes. Also, for a police department and fire, they should never be considered to take a reduced pay. In fact, they should be given a raise here and there. And hopefully you'll consider that after this decision. But anyways, they deal with life and death situations. And I just hope that you really, really reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Gladys Stiles?
Hi, my name is Gladys Silva, 2254 Sendero Street. First than anything, I never come to these meetings. I actually would not like to do this stuff. But it's embarrassing to me. I was just yesterday in this meeting. Let me just go back and give you a little example. You guys don't know me, I know that. For the last 2 weeks, I was running 28 million. I was in charge of my district for stores. And I know how hard, and I can imagine how hard it can be to budget. But if I not give a response to my district manager, to my region manager, and I don't come out with an answer where the money is, I know I'm gonna get myself out of that job in a second. So for me, knowing that you guys don't have an answer for the last 2 years is unacceptable. And to just give that as an answer is just not right. And I'm pretty sure before you guys took this decision, it has to be voted. Am I wrong or am I right? Yes. Yes, right? So pretty much you guys put a price to a person's life, to me, in my aspect, and my point of view. So I'm gonna be straight with Mandy and Mr. Hatch, because my son voted for you, thinking that you were gonna make the right decision. So I'm hoping that you wasn't one of the person voting yes, your life is worth that money. And Mandy, if I remember correctly, you were outside Cesar Chavez, shaking people's hands and asking to vote for you. And you were saying that you were gonna do your best. So I'm thinking that your daughter's life, your son's life, it is worth more than that. Hopefully, to me, right? So when you guys vote for this, I don't think you guys make the right decision, and I'm trying to hope right here that you guys didn't know what you were doing. Yes or no? Pretty much you guys didn't know what you were doing. And I'm sorry, I don't sugarcoat things, and that's why I don't like to come to these things. And basically, to me, what it seems to me, you guys don't know what you are doing and budget. And I don't agree in anybody taking a pay cut, because I'm not asking anyone to do 70% of their job. You guys expect them to do 100% of their job. And when there is other people willing to help and keep them here, and before you guys come out with a plan to just, let's show them, let's kick them out, and you don't even, guys, bother to look for resources, what type of business persons you are, what type of management you guys have here. It is sad, because you guys cannot keep just blaming each other, pointing fingers, when in reality, you don't even know what you are doing. I like to say I have my aces on my places. And honestly, you have all bullshitting all the people in here. So if you are gonna do something, do it. Don't just say, yes, I'm gonna do it. Don't just shake your, oh yeah, I will pay the cable. Because I've been seeing all of you. Be ashamed of yourself. Honestly, be ashamed of yourself of putting a life in danger. And I don't agree on also on the police department, anything of that. I don't agree on anyone taking a pay cut. Because whoever come out with this brilliant idea should be the first one taking it. And I'm pretty sure he didn't do it, or she didn't do it, right? So Mr. Hatch, I'm sorry, but be ashamed of yourself. And Mandy, sorry, I don't care. You guys don't pay my bills, I pay my bills. I pay my taxes. Be ashamed of yourself.
Elisa Ibarra.
Good night, everybody. Elisa Ibarra. I'm a Calexico resident. I'm not used to speaking in audiences, but I know about the problem we have now. And I agree with the ladies that just spoke. And we all support our community. And one of the most important things that we have is the fire department, the police department. And like the lady said, that's what she read my thoughts, because I was thinking, okay, these people shouldn't be out there with their faces up after you have decided to cut off those people here. I work for an agency that is aware of the fact that we do have 40,000 people in our community, but it's not only the 40,000 that you have on record, it's all the people from Mexicali. It's 1,000,000 people almost that have access, a lot of them, to our services. Every time that I go to the downtown and buy at the little stores, I see the police, I see the firefighters getting people from across the border, either because they got dehydrated during the long lines or because they just got sick and they know right across the border they got the services they don't have in Mexico. And we have to provide for those. I don't know the statistics, I don't know how many are they, but I know on a daily basis the numbers are really, really high. And not only for our community, that is only 40,000 people. It's those people that are getting services in our community, in our county. And I know because I work for the county, so I know those numbers. I know there is a lot of need. I know there is a lot of people asking for help here in our community, and we need to provide those services. Because when the police department is being called for an emergency, they don't say, oh, you're not a county resident. They go, they need it, and they go serve them. The people in our community, the police department and the fire department are always there for them. They don't ask what color you are or where side of the city you live in. They just go and serve the people, our people. Another thing, like the people said, our traffic is really bad. I live on the side where you guys want to close down the services. I wish I could have everybody come over. A lot of people were not aware of this meeting. I wasn't even aware myself. There is a lot of people, elder people, that are living their home. They're asleep right now. They should be here to make you aware, because they don't even know what's going on. We have a great population of elder people living in the community. A lot of them do need services on a daily basis. And who's there to help them? You guys are not, because you're asleep, comfortable in the front of the TV, probably looking at the not known budgets that you're talking about. But I'm telling you, because I see the numbers, I see the people asking for help. I have experienced it myself, and 40,000 is not the numbers. When we have trainings from the state, from Sacramento, and they come and tell us, you guys are not in a different position, they grade us as anybody else in the United States. We're not the same. We're different. We're unique. Our community is not compared to Sacramento, Salinas, or any other district. We're different. The people in Mexicali are getting services through us. And we're not here to tell them we don't have them, because you're not going to say, well, okay, a resident has more rights than the one coming across the border, because you don't know if the one person coming across the border also lives here and visits their family in Mexicali. We need to have services for those people, for the residents who pay taxes, and for the ones who don't, because we're not here to discriminate. We're just here to provide benefits for them. And if we don't have them, guess what's going to happen? Like the lady said, we're going to be suing you guys. We're going to promote that because we need those services. And you cannot just say, okay, too bad, we don't have the money. The way that things are being done are not very smart. sorry to say that, but I do face it on a daily basis, and like I tell you, we need those services. And you cannot just close doors and say, well, it's too bad, we have to cut down on those benefits. Our community deserves good services. It's bad enough that we don't have a good hospital here. We don't have any medical, we cannot say, and that's one of the things. Everybody that knows, we live in Calexico, they go, oof, Mexicali. They are degrading our community. And can you imagine now with saying, oh, you don't even have a fire station any longer? Because we cannot afford it. I think we do. I think we can. It's just a fact, and like I said, I do have the knowledge, personal knowledge, and I have the numbers of people in our community that are not on the records, but we do have a lot of people that are served. You can just check the statistics from the people in Brawley or El Centro or any other city. There's no comparison. Every single day, the calls are there all the time, 24/7, and I would like to see how would you feel if instead of having services done on your mom or your dad or your own child, having somebody from Mexicali, maybe a resident in Mexicali, coming across and getting the services that we should have. So we cannot spare the services, yet we do need them. Just think about it, because I do think about it. When I serve my clients, I don't ask them what color they are, if they deserve it or not. I just do my job, and I do it with pride. Okay, good night, everybody.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting, if that is appropriate.
I will second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
To extend the meeting beyond the 9:30. Do you think it's a novela, Mr. Mayor?
Peter Mercado?
All right, good evening, council and city manager, community that stuck around with us for these almost 3 hours. I have a variety of papers here, so don't mind me shuffling some of what I have to read because I didn't know how much time we were going to have be allotted to us. We've heard a lot of comments come out our way, some good, some indifferent. But you know, they're comments, and we have to take all those into consideration, and we have to applaud our community for doing that. One thing that I can sit here and just hearing people come up, and person after person, there's one thing that resounded louder, and I'm sure you guys heard it as well, is that there's a lot of unknowns. Okay, we're filled with unknowns, whether it's budget, whether it's personnel, whether it's a 30%, a 15%, a 2%, whatever it is. But I'm here to tell you that one thing that is known, and I'll make it known to you, is that as a leader of this department, I'm not in favor of the layoffs or the closing of the station. And for a multitude of reasons, and some of which I displayed yesterday during our meeting at station on the west side, is that at the request of the mayor, after Susan Mayer's presentation, he candidly asked her, you have a lot of experience. What do you suggest? What are some ideas? What were some ideas that came out of that? Well, cities brown out stations, cities close stations, cities lay off firefighters. And that's a valid point. That was a valid, what I would call empirical evidence that it has been used. But the reality is that those comparisons are in jurisdictions and in departments that don't mimic the composition of our community. That's right. It would be unheard of to go to a city, and we'll take the city of San Diego because they have a lot of case study on this. It would be unfair to say, city of San Diego, we're going to shut down 28 of your stations from one day to the next. And how we take care of that 1.3 million people, we'll figure it out. We'll call mutual aid. We'll figure out whatever the coverage is going to be. That's unheard of. It's unheard of, but that's what's being done here. Okay, and I think that not only am I going to sit here and offer some suggestions, but I really want to stimulate thought because I think that's where this goes. This is a complex issue. This is not a knee-jerk reaction. This is not a firefighter said no and they don't want to comply, so we're going to draw the line in the sand and call their bluff. That's not what this is about. This is about our bargaining unit wanting to work with the city, and they want to have some factual numbers. We have good estimates, but once again, unknown. We have some estimates that Dr. Donahue threw up there. Once again, possibility still unknown. We don't know what those are. But one thing I will say here that is a known fact is that if we do close a station and lay off firefighters, that's 2 people per day that are fewer on the street helping out the cause of fighting fires, saving life, responding to emergencies, or answering questions to the public. We get called for a variety of reasons. We're an all-risk department. We go from anywhere from a child choking to a heart attack to a hazmat to helping someone out of their bed. That's what we do. And regardless of what this is, and regardless of what we say and how much we pout, it's 100% delivery of professional services. That's what I demand of them. So I think that that is nothing that should be questioned. I don't think that our level of professionalism will drop regardless of this. But I want to tell you that there will be delay in services. Browning out the stations results in certain things. And I'll use the city of San Diego as an example because they did this a few years ago. And they didn't do it to all 24 like we're asked here. What they're doing is they did 8 stations. And they did 8 stations. They browned out 8 stations. It seems astronomical in a city of 1.3 million people. But what they did is they browned out stations that had 2 engines or 3 engines in each station. Opening statement, no stations will be closed. Minimum staffing levels will maintain at 4 firefighters for every engine. We have 3 firefighters in every engine. Covering 40,000 people in that demographic is substantial. It's all a matter of relevance. I have to read this somewhat at a distance because I didn't bring my glasses. But noted in this document by the city of San Diego, some of the findings. Some of the impact will be, this will likely result in an increased response time in areas impacted by the brownouts. Increased response times can result in poor patient outcomes and increase in fire spread and damage. Some communities will not have a unit capable of extinguishing a fire, increase fire spread, and potentially risk the life of an occupant. So, what does that mean to us? We're not immune to this. The city is not immune to this. If anything, we're more vulnerable because we rely on our neighbors. We rely on mutual aid. The city, many years before I was even born, by a great chief by the name of Brooks in Pedrosa, signed a document stating that the city will provide mutual aid to neighboring agencies and the state of California. They also, in reciprocation, will provide aid to others as they will receive. Now, if we did some quick math, how can the city participate in that agreement? It's almost like a free ridership. We want the aid, but I'm sorry because Chief Mercado will not provide aid outside of Calexico. I can't. I can't allow that to happen to my community that expects someone to be there within 3 to 4 minutes of a call. And we know that will not happen. It may sometimes, but not all the time. National Fire Protection Association recommends that our arrival time was in 4 minutes of our dispatch. 4 minutes. It's not very difficult to figure out why the station was built on the other side of town. Geographical barriers exist. It started with the railroad tracks. Now let's figure out the other barriers that are going to exist pretty soon. Some of them have been mentioned. Cesar Chavez Boulevard. Okay. The railroads, Imperial Avenue, aside from the congestion. The congestion when that station was built in 1989, 12 to 18,000 people, yeah, like 800 calls a year. Where are we at now? 4,700. Okay? So I think that the challenge lies in our ability to respond, and we owe it to our community that we do respond within a rational period of time. Let's talk a little bit about Gold Cross, because I think that there's a false impression that Gold Cross has a contract with the city, and they're functioning out of our city to help us out. So I can tell you right now that they're not. They're here because of a business convenience. The city of Calexico is its exclusive operating area and has the ability to operate ambulance services. We have since 1975. And the city can't take that away from, or the county can't take that away from the city. It's our obligation, and we own that right. They're here because they were responding so much to Calexico, it was a business necessity for them to come down here and say, should we be in Hopeville or should we be in Calexico? And we know we're going to be there 5 times a day. We can decrease cost of rentals, we can decrease cost of fuel, and not only can we provide advanced life support occasionally, not guaranteed, but occasionally, we can definitely provide BLS, basic life support, 100% of the time. So they're not guaranteed to be here because someone calls in for a medical transfer, they're going to take it because it's private pay insurance, they're going to pay, they're going to be gone. They're not here all the time. We know that. We know that. So that's something that I want to say. And they're here for a business necessity. The city does not have a mutual aid agreement or contract with them. The only one that we do have is a mutual aid agreement with the county and the state. So I'm not just here to talk negatively about stuff, but I want to throw some positives and some options out there for you guys to stimulate some thought. With the estimated cost, and I know city management has these, and he's been very good about receiving that information, is I broke down the cost of what an actual firefighter costs, because everyone wants to know what it costs. What does it cost to pay them every day? What does it cost to cover a city? What does it cost to operate a station, to operate a vehicle? Total savings, $1,700. Okay, so $1,700 per day that we were going to be saving. I think there's a 77-day period by the time my firefighters are proposed to be laid off, and by the end of the fiscal year, 77 days, roughly saving about $131,000. We're not realizing $568,000. We're not realizing that, and we know that. What that 560-something was a blanket approach, a unilateral cut to the whole department. We're going to cut everyone equally. Well, you know, I think it comes down to what was just said, is that we need to prioritize our services. The responsible position is to prioritize the services. As a paramedic, if someone's bleeding and we have to apply a tourniquet, that means that we may have to lose an arm. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. But we live. We can continue to live, and we've done that. So $131,000 that we're going to save in 77 days. Now, that's just a gross number. Because what do we have to do with these 6 firefighters? We have to pay them their vacation, their comp time, float holiday, sick leave. Man, okay, so now we're at a different figure now because that totals out to $67,000. So the city will net $63,000 savings in a 77-day period. So, you know, I don't find that as a positive cost-benefit analysis. I think that there's a social factor that needs to be played in here, and we have to take a look at that. In covering these costs, let me provide you some ideas. Okay, I'm not here just to say that, but I want to really give you some hard ideas. One of them is we don't know where this money went. We understand that. And I can correct some of them. Normally it was $1 million that we had in our EEOC set-aside fund. $1 million. And the reason I know that is because I probably have more history than anyone here. The reason is we set that 10% set aside because $1 million was what we spent in the 2010 earthquake. That's what it cost us. And we only paid 13% of that event. So that's why we capped it with Oscar Rodriguez at $1 million. But that was gone. It's disappeared. Zero. Okay. The other thing is that all the proceeds have been paid, yes. The firefighters did get 2 brand-new fire engines from day one, and they've been pumping and they've been working, and they're going to be paid off, I think, this year. There's last payment. Measure 8 proceeds have paid for salaries, offsetting expenses for the department. They've been used, unrestricted. Restricted but unrestricted, if that's such a term. The next thing is, that's one option. The second option is we have Measure H bond proceeds. We borrowed, Mr. Hodge was here for that, $10 million. 7.5 was for our fire station. And we were excited about that because 8 years ago when that project was started, that's what it would cost to build a fire station. And that fire station's a whole other issue. But there's not $7 million there, and I think our finance director our acting finance director can attest to that. And we don't know what that figure is. It's between $5 and $7 million. We thought we could use it just for the facility, but guess what? We sent some money to the pool to cover the difference. So can we use this money to offset the difference that the city expects to save between now and the end of the CAFR? September, October? I think it's a fair assessment to say, let's hold off. My firefighters, including myself, are not saying we don't want to take a cut. We'll take a cut no matter what. But show us the right figures. And when we do that, we'll be the first ones in line. I'll be the first one in line. But we're not. We're not giving that information. So all we're saying is that please consider these options. Here's another one. When they did the financial statements and they did all the revenues and everything's earmarked and we're kind of hitting the panic button here, and Ms. Mayor kind of reviewed a bunch of numbers, one thing that was not taken into consideration was revenues that were not expected. And those were our participation in this state mutual aid. In the state mutual aid, our reimbursements that recently were received are over $230,000. $230,000 that can be used to cover this until we know the facts.
Revenues?
Revenues. $230,000. So just alone right there, there's no reason for us to sit at the table and say, let's figure this out. Let's put this on hold. Let's keep our community safe while we figure out what's going on. And let's sit at the table and do that. Just put it on pause. Let my guys tear up those notifications that are supposed to take place March 19th and just do away with them and let's get to some real business. Let's think about this. Most of us are highly educated and we can think this through. I know the city manager has a capability of doing this. A lot of our council members are capable of doing this, but it comes down to the willingness to do it. So please, find the will to do this. 5 years ago, we were at 30 firefighters. Right now, we're at 24. So we lost 6 already that were unfunded because there was no money, and that was through a previous manager. It wasn't Mr. Villa. But the previous city manager or interim city manager unfunded those. Sorry, we can't fill them. There's no money. Burden on us. Now we're asked to decrease another 6, total of 12, 18 people. We didn't even have 18 people on shift 30 years ago when it was only 12 to 18,000 people. So I'm hoping that you understand the fathom of this problem. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We're causing ourselves unnecessary harm, unnecessary liability. So just in closing, I just ask that we do the responsible thing, that we make very smart decisions, very critical analysis of what we have in front of us. I think we're all capable of doing that. And it's not, there's a bunch of issues we can always go. Calexico can have just a plethora, write a book of just nothing but issues, and we know those. This would be a good case study for anyone in public management or public policy. I wish I would have had it 10 years ago. But the reality is that there are options out there. And I encourage you, not only as a fire chief, but of a resident of 47 years of Calexico. You know, most of these guys have completed a third of their career in our department, and we're asking them to leave. to save a measly $63,000, and then, no, don't shut the door, tear those papers up, let's get back, let's burn the midnight oil and make this happen. Let's burn it, let's do it.
Ricardo Servín.
Good evening, my name is Ricardo Servín. I live in 18th in Calexico. I live here since 1954 in Calexico. I used to work for the city of Calexico. I was laid off. The bumping, when they made the trash, they took the sanitization department to another company. Okay? I went with the other company. I want to tell you something. We used to hit service of the fire department ambulance because of my mother. My mother was a very active lady. You put music, she danced a lot and it got better. But now that I heard Mr. Paco Rivera, they had an emergency service, Cesar Chavez. The fire engine broke down. Why? Electrical problems, okay. Mr. Paco Rivera got his gear, ran to the Cesar Chavez to take care of the kids that were kind of sick. They called Mr. Humbert Felix back up to take the other person to the school. Mr. Paco Rivera, he liked his job. He didn't care what he had to do to give the service to the people of Calexico. For my opinion, you shouldn't fire the sick employees. They need to stay here. We need help for Calexico. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Guillermo Ancabe.
González.
Who's on deck?
Good evening. Ms. Guillermo Gonzalez, 1104 Mala Court, Calexico, California. Came here to give support to the fire department. I'm a reserve firefighter for City of Brawley. Work in the Central Regional Medicals as well as Gold Cross. I see these guys every day when I'm in the ER, bringing critical calls. If there's something I can say about myself, I never wanted to be a firefighter or be a part of EMS until my life was almost taken away. My life was saved by Calexico Fire. I can say that legitimately. I went to school for commercial diving and underwater welding. Came down to visit my family to You know, they made a party for me to congratulate me because I had a job waiting for me in Louisiana. Wrong place at the wrong time, victim of a crime, short story, you know. Got a lung and a half, so OSHA doesn't allow me to dive. So every man has a calling, you know. That's my calling. I don't know what's their calling. I'm pretty sure every individual of this fire department has a reason why they do what they do every day. Change people's lives by touching them, by talking to them, by treating them. In fact, when I was in ICU, Mr. Hodge, you visited me. You remember that, right?
Yes.
All right. So if there's one thing I can do here for the city, you know, because my whole family lives here. I was born here. I'm proud of this department. You know, if I can put anything, Calexico has been probably one of the departments that's my dream department. You know, I got other ones that are waiting for a call. You know, it's a whole different thing. If I can say something about closing, I'll give you a little bit of history of the city of Brawley. 1944, when it was ran under Leroy Jones, he was concerned, Chief Leroy Jones, he was concerned about the tracks. Building a station across the tracks, that fast response to get to that patient. It wasn't until 2011, under Frank Contreras, that this station was built. I mean, I don't know the statistics, if there's any lives, you know, could have been saved because of the station now that's there. But think about, you know, well, congestion of traffic, that's one. The other one is if they have a train, you close that station. Yeah, I mean, you'll have mutual aid, but you won't have your first responder. That personnel to stabilize the patient for those mutual aids to come in and help our citizens. It's very important. Secondly, I mean, we need more firefighters, if anything. We need to expand our EMS and safety of our city. That's the bread and butter of the city. Other than that, I'm just here to support my family, my EMS family, and thank you for your time.
Daniel Romero.
Okay. Daniel Romero, Calexico. It has been mentioned during the meeting that there's financial report out there. But yet, the firefighters are being told that there are no numbers out there. It's conflicting information. Now, is that information from prior years, or we're talking about the 2015, 2016? That, I guess, one area needs to be clarified. You said that there was a presentation made not too long ago. I'll inquire later tomorrow to see when that meeting was so I can listen to that meeting and see what was presented. But if something was presented, why don't the firefighters have that information? Now, Mr. Villa, you and I went through this some years ago on cost-cutting measures for the city. And these comments that are being made that you are not taking a cut as everyone else, that's not a leader, sir. With all due respect, you should lead by example, not make them lead you to what you want them to do. Now, one of the things that's also been said over and over in council meetings, somebody that's not familiar with me, I was in council from 2008, 2012. My first year, I took what was given to me in the second year, I took action to stop it. And what I mean by that, I did not blame any council members from 1 year before or terms before. This council needs to take action on what it needs to do for the city. Stop saying that you blame prior councils. Mr. Pacheco, you've been in prior councils. Mr. Hodge, you've been in prior councils. Hurtado, you've been in prior council. Mr. Real, you're going through the first one, and you're a newbie, Mr. Escobar.
Very newbie.
So we're giving some waiver.
Very newbie.
But the thing is, which is the bottom line, and everybody needs to understand this because everybody's talking to the city manager. He gets direction from these 5 council members. If he makes it happen, these 5 council members or the majority support it. Just remember that. This is what's critical. Stop barking up his tree, bark up their tree. Now, one of the things that, and this is what I recall from the 4 years then and ever since, Chief Mercado has had arguably the most efficient, well-run department.
That's right.
You are penalizing his department and his firefighters because of his efficiency, because of the other departments' inefficiency. Now, if they are running such a efficient department, I would think that you would give him more tools so he could be more efficient beyond what he's doing right now. And let the other departments feed off of that department so they can run a more efficient department. It's incredible to believe, especially with the numbers that were being presented yesterday, which I was already a little bit familiar with, about the consistency of the efficiency of Chief Mercado. But yet, you guys are going to blame him. You know, one of the things, and I haven't talked to the firefighters about this, and I've always believed it, and it was shared by Chief Mercado moments ago. I really do believe that if the city provides the firefighters the numbers to negotiate with, if they have to take a hit, they'll take it. But you're not giving them those numbers. They have that right, and they have probably that legal right, which you guys are keeping away from them. Now, I don't know how you guys are going through this in negotiations of good faith. If the city manager is not taking the cut as everybody else, oh, and by the way, with all due respect to everybody here present, would they be making a decision to cut the fire if any of them lived on the west side of Calexico? Do you think? Okay. Mayor Real is very familiar, and so some of the other council members are very familiar with this project that's going on, that's happening in Mexicali. You think you have problems right now with the rail. Just wait until that project hits full force. It's going to be blocked not for 5 or 10 more minutes. You're talking about probably even hours. Now, you need the public safety, and I said this at one prior council meeting, not only for the fire, but also for police. You're going to have blockage with the ongoing improvements on Imperial Avenue or Cesar Chavez and 98 and the port of entry. Ms. Ambriz gave a sample yesterday at yesterday's town hall meeting, how long it took her to leave from her office to get to Blanche Charles. If an ambulance service took that long or a firefighter took that long to get there, you know what? Everything's history. She has shown that if they are on the west side, they're taken care of. Now you have units on the west side to take care of west of the tracks, and you got units on the east side to take care of the east side of the tracks. I cannot see how this administration has taken this position, and it's probably because it's in its contract, and I can't believe the council approved that contract for not taking a pay cut. hey, everybody here, I want everybody to take a 30% pay cut, but I'm not going to get hit, so I'm going to use you all to take care of the fund. That is so unreal. The heartbeat to any organization, public, private, whatever it is the accounting. You can't manage a business if you don't know what your numbers are. And this obviously goes with all the unions. In fact, I think the other unions were prematurely accepted the negotiation deals that you guys had with the other ones, CPOA and everybody else. Nobody should have accepted that until the city provided those numbers. I have said before that Finance Director Quinn, when he left, you had the responsibility to the citizens of Calexico to hire an accounting firm to come in and say, okay, you know what? Quinn is leaving this behind. And my apologies, Eduardo, forget your last name. This is what you're going to be starting with. Now, how can you continue to make these decisions, finance decisions, if you don't know what those numbers are? Now, if this presentation was made with figures that were given, solid numbers, then dag-nabbit, release those numbers. If you're just going on estimates and, you know what, this is what they told me and what have you, someone said, this is not the way you run a business. And each of you have your own business. I am concerned that there is other agenda going on besides just these number issues, that it's going to negatively impact the city of Calexico. And I'm talking about the ambulance service. You need to make not just the right decision, you need to make the responsible decision on behalf of all the citizens of Calexico, west side, east side, north side, south side, all sides. Thank you.
Verónica Valenzuela.
Kevin, ¿cuántos más? How many more? Huh?
Last one.
That's the last one?
Good evening, council and citizens of Calexico. I'm Veronica Valenzuela, 228 Hernandez, and I'm a public safety dispatcher for the Calexico Police and Fire Department. I'm sorry, I don't have any notes. I wasn't prepared to talk. I dread public speaking. However, I can handle any emergency. And if anybody asks me here if I'm related to any of the police or the firemen, I'm going to say yes. I'm related to all of them because all of them are my family. I've been a part of both departments since I was 15 years old, so that's about 23 years now. Okay, I'm not here to point out any fingers or be negative. I both live here and work here, and I encourage you to work together. This is a time, this is a moment to come together and show it to everybody what the other council hasn't done in the last, I don't know, years, the history of Calexico. Show them, this is a moment to do it. I encourage you to reconsider there's layoffs. Not only because obviously I care for them and they're my family, but if you worked where I worked and see day to day what they do on a daily basis, I answer police, fire, and emergency calls every single day. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. I've been awake since 4:30 a.m. and have been working all day, nonstop. I'm a dispatcher and I don't have any breaks. I don't have any lunches. I peed once today because an officer came and relieved me so I could go. I've had some firefighters say, you know what, in the middle of the night, go ahead and go, take a break, okay? I'm not here to judge anybody. I love my job. I take pride. And all the 5 dispatchers that we have, we only have 5 for the whole city, the man or woman, a 24-hour chair. Okay, I encourage you, a friendly invitement to go sit in dispatch. Somebody's there 24 hours a day. If somebody calls, we will answer. I've never had, I think Mr. Hodge has gone in there. I've never seen any other, Maritza Hurtado has gone in there several years ago. It's very different, the city grows, and like everybody said, it's not just the Calexico citizens that we handle Mexicali on a day-to-day basis. You know, I can go on and on and on and on and talk about it, but I'd rather show you. So I invite you to go sit into dispatch, and you will know why I am proud, of all these men and women that I work with. You can't compare. Like I always tell people, it's like the All-American Canal. It runs smooth on the top, but what do you see what really goes on inside? That's a different show. So, I mean, we need to stop this. We need to stop fighting against each other. We need to stop. The public needs to, this negative. And I only not going to fight for the police, the firemen, but for the police. Yeah, everybody says the police, they're negative, but somebody has to be the parent of the city. It's like the father. He's always a negative because somebody's got to take care of the citizens. But yet, when you call for help, who's there? They are. So I want people to come on ride-alongs for the medics or the fire engines or to sit in dispatch. Sit with me for 9, 12, 16 hours a day. I need company, I'm willing to show you and explain to you how Station 1 and Station 2 works. It's not only about Station 2, it's about Station 1 too. We're trying to eliminate one station when we need more stations. I live on the north side of the city. I have a 90-year-old grandma that my mother here takes care of. I dread when that 911 rings and there's not going to be an ambulance in our city because they're at the port of entry transporting somebody that's an ambulance transfer from Mexicali to El Centro. What am I going to do? Everybody who works in the fire department or in emergency services knows about the golden hour and how important that is. So, I can go on and on, but we're all tired. So I'm here to urge you to please work together, stop fighting, stop bickering, pointing fingers at each other, and let's work together, make a difference today. Thank you.
Eduardo Rivera. Eduardo Rivera.
Hello, my name is Eduardo Rivera, 555 Lincoln Street in Calexico, California. And I'm here to ask the City Council to reconsider the direction that it gave to your city manager and issued the letter of termination because of economic necessity. 6 firefighters, some of them are here, were issued the letter of termination because of economic necessity. I think the balance of the speakers here have indicated to you that it's a good idea for you to reconsider. The comments made by the fire chief, when he did the cost analysis, makes it almost imperative that you reconsider. Now, you can give direction, even if you have to take action after the public comments, but I believe everybody here, and a lot of people left, but everybody here would appreciate you making a motion to direct your city manager to rescind the closure of Station 2 and rescind the termination of the 6 firefighters. Now, the chief gave you excellent examples of alternative funding, which is far in excess of the savings anticipated and even approaches some of the figures that you adopted in your amended budget on January the 11th. Now, that amended budget should be circulated to the entire community because that's the budget that you're working on now. But the fire chief has indicated to you that there is alternative sources of funds that can be used to offset the savings that the closing of the station and the 6 firefighters. In that January 11th budget, if you take a look at it, there is an unused projected expenditure of funds that you adopted. It's included in the budget. It's $131,000 for temporary staffing in the park maintenance department. You have it in your budget. It's adopted and it hasn't been used. Why don't you issue a directive that $131,000 in temporary staffing in park maintenance not be used? And then set it aside.
So what you're saying is that we don't we don't cut the grass in the parks.
Have you seen it lately?
We can do that.
Wait, hold on, Mr. Real. Don't put words in my mouth.
We need to use the money for that.
Don't put words in my mouth.
That's what you're saying.
You have $131,000 unallocated. As of January 1st, it hasn't been spent. It's there in your
That's why the
budget.
grass is like this long right now, because it hasn't been spent.
It's $131,000. You can set it aside. Now, you want to give me some examples? You've got $83,000 in your animal control budget right now that hasn't been used. There are alternatives. Now, you've been told by the fire chief what the alternative sources of funding are to make up that deficit. You've been told by Heffernan Memorial that they have funds that they want to help. They have $5 million, according to the representatives from Heffernan. They want a meeting with you. They've indicated a willingness to support economically the firefighters. So now, not only do you have the funds that the fire chief has indicated, not only are there monies in the budget that you haven't used, Heffernan wants to subsidize and help. Then we've got people who are on city property that want to buy city property from you and are willing to offer you cash money, but nobody is talking about that. Those are the alternative sources for this 4-month period that's left in this fiscal year. That's all. Can't you wait? Can't you reconsider? Can't you stop the tremendous impact that you're having on the health and safety and lives of the city of Calexico and the residents on the west side? Can't you take into account that these firefighters have mortgages, children, car payments, insurance payments? You have to take that into account, especially when you're shown by your own people that there are alternate means of funding. If that money from the state of California is for the fire crews that were sent out to fight fires up and down the coast of California, it was your firefighters that were at risk, and you're being reimbursed. Why not use that money, if that's what the fire chief, and I understood him to mean that? So you have alternatives, but the alternatives are being presented to you, and we're not trying to be offensive to you. We're just trying to see if you can help us, because you're conduits for the concerns of this community. So a motion now to direct your city manager to rescind the closure of the fire station and to rescind the termination of 6 firefighters because you have been shown alternative funding methods, or rescinded upon confirmation that there is going to be alternative measures and monies that will be provided for you. Meet with Heffernan. Heffernan right now has a contract with El Centro Regional Medical Center. We subsidized the El Centro Medical Clinic that's there on 98 to the tune of $270,000 for 3 years.
We pay them so that they can bring that staff here and we can provide that urgency
And what do? We help pay for the doctors, the nurses, the office personnel. That's what we do. Not we, Heffernan. Heffernan does. A couple of years ago, Heffernan funded Pioneers Memorial Hospital at the old Calexico Hospital building to the tune of pretty close to $800,000 for 3 years. They're right across the street from you. They're community members. We live here. They want to help. You had their president, you had their treasurer come up before you and tell you, let's meet, we want to help. So now, you got Heffernan. You got the money that the chief is going to receive from the state of California. You've got unused funds in your own budget. That yes, let the grass grow as tall as you want. Better the grass grow. Let the grass die. Don't let a citizen of Calexico die. In your budget, you budgeted $200,000 for animal control. Let the dogs die. Don't let the citizens of Calexico die. I know that's absurd, Mayor. I know that's absurd, but it doesn't.
I guess not.
Reason doesn't seem to enter into the discussions now because we're all emotional.
Well, you're emotional.
I'm emotional.
Yeah.
Because I have an 88-year-old aunt who lives by herself
I have parents that are
on the west
I
side.
understand.
And I don't want anything to happen to her or anybody else on the west side. But you have options.
Yes, we do.
So please, please, you've heard from the majority of the residents of this community, and I think they're representative of the entire community. Stop this action today. Just stop it.
Well,
Please,
okay, so
please.
next.
May I ask a question of legal, real quick?
We cannot make a motion on this item. It's not on the agenda. Attorneys should know that.
I mean, I just ask a
Correct.
question real quick, Mr. Legal, Mr. Attorney. I remember we spoke about this. Could we make motions here at the dais within these? Because I questioned you with regard to the cannabis project, that I was questioning how that became what it became. And it was on the agenda for a presentation. But yet, this council decided to make a motion and move forward and bring cannabis to the city of Calexico, and gave direction within a very different circumstances, and you said that was okay. Can you remind me how that was okay so that Mr. Rivera can hear that? Do you remember that? Did you see that, Mr. Rivera? Where we had a presentation, the agenda said presentation only, but yet the council decided at that moment, after the presentation, that they were gonna move forward and decide that they were gonna totally enter into the project of cannabis for the city.
It was an agenda item.
So it was not an agenda item for discussion or direction. It was an agenda item for a presentation only. So when you gave that agenda item to the public only knew that it was going to be a presentation. And if they would have been advised that there was going to be a discussion and a direction given, then they should have been advised that. But you said that the circumstances was okay. It kind of seems similar here. Why wouldn't I be able, like in my case, if I were to do that, why wouldn't I be able to at this time, if I had the 3 votes here on the dais, being that that circumstances was very similar?
In terms of the cannabis item, that came forward as an agenda.
As a
Ordinance
presentation?
was on the agenda. In
No, I'm sorry, the
terms of-
first time when you were given direction to move forward, it was on the agenda as a presentation. If
Correct.
anybody can tell me if I was wrong, but I didn't see anything about having opportunity for discussion or opportunity for council direction. It was presentation only. So within, and I was asked how that happened, because I saw something jump, kind of cutting corners, because I felt that was really important also for transparency. And you told me, well, that's the way it got,
If I may,
I'm curious in clarification, because that's a legal question that a lot of people wonder why things happen the way they happen, but there are rules to all of these things.
If I may, and correct me if I'm wrong, but again, people have been here 7 years. You cannot make a motion, we can give direction as a council.
To come back on an item.
Correct. So we can give direction right now to the city manager if the
Not
council.
to take action, but to come back on an
Correct,
item.
but to give him direction to.
To set a special meeting.
Not necessarily a special meeting, but.
That
what is
other
it- what-
item was.
Okay, let me finish, okay? We can give direction to the city manager to put the item on so we can vote on not firing the firefighters until we get the right numbers, right? I believe that's what we're here for, but we can give direction that way. But we can't make a motion because it's not an agenda item.
May I recommend that the council as a whole give direction to the city manager that he rescind the termination and the closure pending your special meeting?
Trying, Mr. Rivera, trying.
That's direction only. You're not taking any action. You're giving direction to your.
We're giving direction, we can give that direction, but it has to come back to the agenda.
It is in closed. And not only that, you can reconvene to closed session because it's under your closed session agenda, discuss it through a motion to bring it back on the table. But that's an alternative. But if you were to give direction right now to your city manager to stop the closure, stop the firings pending your special meeting where you can get the numbers on the other options.
Okay, so again, would the council, I would entertain giving direction to the city manager to cancel the closure and,
We don't, listen, we
can't.
don't have that on the
We can't.
agenda. and
but we can give direction to put it on the agenda. Correct.
For the next agenda.
Correct.
Time is of the essence. May I remind everyone?
You know,
Is that the will- is that the
Mr.
will of the
Rivera,
council?
all these options that we heard today was the first time we hear them.
This,
Mr.
in other words, what we need to
The police-
understand.
the chief, I'm sorry, the chief that
You're
today.
correct, you're
That's right,
correct.
The first
But-
time.
This is
okay?
not on the agenda at all.
But tomorrow,
close.
Heffernan Memorial meets,
And we plan to meet, Mr. Rivera.
and they have this item on the agenda, so.
Thank you.
Really, if you could give directions just to hold everything in abeyance.
But then you won't make the check out tomorrow if we.
What's that? Just hold everything in abeyance.
I mean, legal, can we do that?
Not tonight.
Okay.
Why not?
Yes, you
Can you,
can.
Roberto?
Mr. Mayor, you can give direction to your city manager. So please consider doing that.
Wait a minute. Mr. Lawyer, can I make a motion?
You know, we got called to a special session the other day when all of you thought it was the fire department and it
Excuse me.
wasn't. That was just honestly the dumbest reason we came here. So why can't we make a special session and have some solution for everyone without emotion?
Can
But
we have a special?
as you decided you wanted to
can we
help
have
out your housing
special
authority with a
meeting,
special session, help your
Agendize a special meeting regarding this specific issue,
I second your motion.
rescinding the layoffs and closing down and not closing down the station.
We can have a special
Can we
meeting
have a
Friday.
special meeting on that as soon as possible?
Yes, that's
It would
what
be
it is.
Friday.
That's council's direction.
Well, I give direction for that. I want that.
You got to.
That's all we're asking for. If we could do it for your cannabis, we could do it for our firefighters.
So. Why not?
Tomorrow at 5:30, it would be great if some of you could go and let us know what's happening. The fire department is on the agenda, and that we can decide when we can have a special meeting so that we can decide how we can help.
So, yeah, and so and I'm going to try and get the Friday special meeting with also the finance, the Mrs. Mayor. I would like everybody that's here to come, and whoever left, call them, tell them to be here. I think it's important that we listen to the city's finances as well, and so hopefully everybody can be here on Friday. Well, yeah, we're going to do it on Friday.
Let's do it
I don't
on
know if she
Friday.
can be here, but we'll try.
I can't be here on Thursday.
No.
Yeah.
There's a motion, and a second. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to consent. I'm sorry, city manager report.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead. Oh, we have one more.
Lisa Rivera.
We have one more.
Huh?
It's over here. Oh,
All right, this question, in light of the situation with you guys passing a motion, is for your city attorney. So here in resolution 2016-21, it says the city manager or duly appointed representatives have the authority to expend appropriated amounts subject to policies and procedures, blah, blah, blah. It also says if adjustments are not identified by this date, the city manager is directed to commence a reduction in city employee staffing sufficient to reduce general fund operating costs, blah, blah, blah. So, in this resolution, it says that he can reduce staff. So you've given him the power already to do that. Why do you have to do a special meeting? Why can't he just rescind it? If this resolution gives him Can't you just tell them? Why do you have to set
I-
a special meeting?
If I'm not mistaken, maybe city manager will, there is a fiduciary responsibility that he has as a city manager. So if we want to, in other words, if by July 1st, we don't balance the budget, then he goes to jail in handcuffs, along with the city council. So I believe, well, he's got to cover himself and say, well, the council told me not to. So that's why it has to come. Is that correct? Pretty much, yeah. So he doesn't want to go to jail. We could, and we probably should, but it's gonna, so we should,
Well,
along with many council members that have been
I hope
here.
none of you are running for re-election anytime soon, so.
It is what it is.
Nonetheless, also, I really hope as you guys get together that you remember his boss, and I would like to know why he hasn't taken a salary reduction, and really, drive that home, all right?
I will-
Other than that, thank you.
You know what, before, can I speak first real quick? 'Cause
Yeah.
So, hold on, okay. So a lot of people came up here and talked.
Council comments.
And again, it's very hard to be up here and have all these people coming, and you can't interact with the people in public comment. So if you guys came up here and asked questions and the council's just looking at you, it's because we can't answer questions when you come up here. There is negotiations with all the high-end people going on as we speak. Everybody needs to make their cut, their share. The council has taken off its insurance and 30% of its pay as well, which brings us down to what, like $400 a month? I think? $400 a month is what, $450 is what we get. Just really important. This is great that the people are here. I hope that if you guys would have been here years in the past, that we wouldn't be in this situation now. And that's, again, listen, you guys, again, whether you like it or not, the past is why we're here, whether you like it or not. We all were in the past, correct. And I was. And Ms. Maritza Hurtado and John Moreno are responsible for $9 million that got overspent, along with a lot of people that were here supporting Mr. Warren. I was in council for 4 months when I was pushed to make the decision that I regret the rest of my life. But that's the reality. And a lot of the firefighters that were here were also pushing for him. So it is what it is. But that's the responsibility that I have. That's what I sleep with every night, and I regret it every single day. But unfortunately, that's what we did. $9 million were overspent because of that administration that me, Maritza Hurtado, and John Moreno did. Okay, so let's put that to the side. But the past matters. As far as, where am I at? One of the things I want to ask the firefighters is, do we have, I know a reserve came in from Brawley. Do we have reserves in the fire department? Is there a reason why we don't have reserves? I don't know. Just because I'm thinking that that's maybe another avenue we can research as far as having reserves, as other cities have that, is.
Yeah, we did have reserves at one time. I believe they probably were here through '98, maybe.
Okay.
It just got too costly to train them and to outfit them to leave, and we just couldn't retain them. They were paid. The police department's reserves are the only ones that are unpaid. All the other county fire departments, city departments have somewhat of a reserve program, but they're compensated. And aside from that, it's extra liability because we do have to cover them for workman's comp, and they're now entitled to some type of health benefit.
So it's not worth it, what you're saying?
We would have to look at that. But then again, one of the considerations
That's
too
a managerial.
is that they couldn't supplant the existing force because they're not trained to the level that a professional firefighter is. So that would be one of the caveats to that, is that we can train them, they can add to our force, but they can't supplant the current established.
Well, I understand, but they could help at some point, right? I mean, I know the police has started a reserve program, seems to be going pretty good. Maybe we can look at that as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's a great way to train up-and-coming firefighters and eventually make them professional firefighters. Yes, it's an option.
Okay. Thank you. As regards to Measure H, I know that Norma Aguilar was on that board. And unfortunately, and that's another thing that the public was lied to, because even though it was written a certain way, attorneys from, you know how it was double counted during Warren's administration. The Measure H was, from their attorney, said we could use it. In other words, so he used it as general fund, and that's why the Measure H is in the situation it is. Just wanted to let you know that even though it was sold to the public as allocated for police and fire, they can, legally, they can use it for whatever they want, unfortunately. Let me finish and then, yeah, oh.
Norma, your voice can't be heard.
I will project.
There you go.
The thing is, the process was not followed. Expenditures were
Correct.
made without the recommendation of Measure H.
Mhm.
And furthermore, the gentleman who was in charge under Warren came back after the fact because he told the Measure H that he didn't need our permission because he'd already gotten the permission of the council.
Correct. When the council approved the budget that he brought forth, he said that that was the approval for the whole Measure H. So just to, no, it wasn't done the right way. You are correct. Mr. Finance Director, I have a question for you. Very simple, not a hard one. But I think it's extremely important with everybody here to understand that, again, I've been here 2 years, and can you just real quickly, it's hard for people to understand why we don't have actual numbers, and I think that the people don't understand that. Could you please elaborate on how, unfortunately, when Mr. Quinn, the finance director, left, nobody in that office had, in other words, he didn't allow anybody in that office, including yourself that were there, to know anything, access to anything on the financials? So when you took that place, you were completely in the dark because of that situation. People don't know that. They need to know. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm telling you, telling the people the reality that for the time that you were there working, even though you worked in that department, the finance director, Mr. Quinn, did not let anybody know anything, not even the people working there, anything about the budget. Is that correct?
Wow, you say you don't put him in spot, but you put him in spot.
Well, just say the truth. Just say the truth. Why we're in this situation.
You are honest, and yes.
I am correct. Thank you.
Yes, you're correct. Nobody has
Por
access
eso no sabemos
for
qué
3
está pasando.
years to the financial records. You don't have reports, and we have reconstructed 2 years and a half of bank reconciliations. It's true. They are done now, but we are in a situation because we don't have information at a time for them to make decisions.
Exactly.
May I ask
And
you
as a
just a
council
question, though?
member,
You've been
wait,
with the city for
I'm not
15
done
years?
yet. I'm not done yet. I'm
Right.
not done yet.
Go ahead.
And you were there when I went to go ask for financials and got kicked out, correct?
Yes, you will.
Okay, thank you. I did my part. I got kicked out, the police called on me for trying to figure out what was going on with the city financials. So don't blame, it is what it is. I don't agree with Mr. Kim for a lot of things that he did, but you know what? He wanted to know the truth about the financials, but people didn't want to open their eyes, and that's why we're in this situation. The history is important. I'm sorry, but it is. Thank you.
May I speak?
Are we doing council comments?
Yes, doing council
Can I be next, Mr.?
What now?
Do you mind? Can I be next?
Huh?
Do you mind if I'm next?
Okay.
Well, too bad Mr. Mayor is leaving, but a lot of this is probably something he should listen to. Unfortunately, the differences of this council are showing again. And I guess what I'll say is I'm sorry. And I'm sorry because there's a lot of emotion going on. And the emotion that you see is a shame because the community is the part that pays for all of these differences that are happening up here. The vulnerability that our city has, I'm very aware of that. And the 6 years that I've been on council, many of you read the newspaper, many of you know me, many of you sitting there have heard me because you come to these meetings, you watch, and you're involved. And I'm pretty sure that many of these issues that have occurred on this council in the last 6 years that I've been here, many of those issues I have not been able to even participate because there have been issues of differences where my voice is not loud enough, but I still try. There have been decisions that have occurred in this council that I did not participate in, and I did scream very loudly. Last night, in the meeting that we had as the community, I asked you to be here because I do feel alone a lot. And why? Because it is hard to go against the grain. It really is. And in my first 2 years of council, Mr. Hodge, that we were elected together, they were good years. But after that, it became very difficult after the next election that we had. And after that, I felt I was just completely ineffective. We fired 6 city managers. We fired our police chief that had come to Calexico and tried to clean out some very serious and I'll call it dangerous issues that we had in our police department. If there's anyone there that doesn't agree with me, please tell me. But we lived this. We saw, you, Mr. Hodge, saw it as well. You participated in our meetings here to see how difficult of an issue we had. We wanted to feel safe, and at that time we didn't feel safe. And a lot of people came out and became activists to ensure that our community was safer by demanding changes. And they did occur. And they occurred in a way that was so heavy on all of us that we all carry that burden. But throughout that whole time, and throughout the whole 6 managers that we have experienced, I did not vote for that. I did not appreciate for Mr. Oscar Rodriguez to be fired when he was on vacation. He had gone to see his son for a graduation, and at that time, apparently, we were having issues with our last police chief that had a lot to do with what was happening here. We know, we got to be very frank about our problem. So we lose our city manager, and all of what was some sort of stability, perfect or not, was never once again regained. Yeah. I have not been able to work with a city manager that I have actually voted for. Mr. Warren, I did not vote for him. Mr. Warren was brought to the city in ways where we had meetings going on in Las Vegas, California, to hire a city manager. Where were we? This was people that were involved, which we had sergeants and the, what'd you like me for? Where am I? And that's why I kick and scream. And that's why certain people get very upset with me, because I kick. Sarcasm, and honestly, my opinion is the lack of empathy that we have going on right now, and the fact that the finger pointing just continues to happen. You know, we lost a public works director in, I'll say, what was it, October of 2015. Right after that, we built a tunnel, a drug tunnel here in Calexico, didn't we? I don't know if you guys saw that. So after that, I thought, okay, we lost our city manager, we lost our police chief, we lost the guy that could have been watching all of that. So how did that happen? So I kick and scream because I'm inside. I'm watching what's going on the inside. There's the decisions with regard to right now, and somebody said, didn't anybody think this out? Didn't anybody think this out? Well, I don't want to toot my own horn, but that's what I scream about. Why aren't we thinking these things out? And the fact that you keep giving me city managers that, I don't know who they are. How do we have harmony? How do people trust when all of this keeps happening behind closed doors? And that you don't have any stability, you don't have any forethought, you don't have any afterthought, you don't have anything going on other firing, and maybe around there, I'll give a few raises, which is something that's happening around here too that we haven't talked about. There's inequality, and that doesn't go in a government. There should be transparency and fairness, and that's what it is that I'm looking for.
Instability.
And stability, of course. And so we lost a very, very healthy insurance policy, a full insurance policy. And because of that, we lost that because we kept firing everybody. And no one wants to insure a city that's that unstable. And that apparently at the end of the day, we were being run by our police department. And that was crazy. You don't have police officers running your city. We're supposed to. So, you know, the different responsibilities that this city has is so different. And somebody said unique, and I always say that to everybody too. We are extremely unique. Nobody pays us to go to that border and take care of those people. Nobody tells us that we need to do this job because we know we have to. But the funding, thank God, we did get some funding for the traffic control officers from our county. But you know, sometimes I feel very personally offended when I hear people say that Calexico doesn't have its thing going on or game going on or what have you. I feel offended because I've lived here for all my life. I was born here. I've had a business here for 30 years. Same place, downtown Calexico. I'm a downtown girl. But it offends me when I hear people tell us that we are this and we are that. I have this job, and I'm holding on, and I'm here only because I know I have a place now. I know what my place is, and my place is to resist. Resist the stupid stuff we've done already so far. Because to me, the city has been really good too. I also had my life saved by you guys. I survived cancer. This is my 15th year as a survivor. And where's Lalo? He saved my life around there somewhere because I ingested. He's not here, but he knows. I told him personally. I ingested by accident some poison, and basically they saved my life. And so I had never needed that before, but I know that in any event, no matter what, even if I was city councilor or not, I know that these guys won't do that. I know our police officers as well. But there was something different with our police officers. We actually had some other conversation for an option. In this one, it's different, and I've told you guys. I go in there and I have screaming matches with these guys because I'm a female and my voice is just a little less loud as you guys. But once this happens, you don't have another option. There is no other option to back up this kind of a decision. That's why we all have to insist to have the conversation. Because my other question is, what happens after July the 1st? If this is only supposed to be a certain period of time, but again, that is not happening here. There is no kind of sessions like that where we actually have a bit of a moment of stopping and evaluating. It's not happening. And so when I participate in supporting this situation here where I also do not want this to happen, it's because I also have come from a trajectory of ineffective leadership. I call myself ineffective, I really do. However, I'd like it to be effective now, and I'd like these gentlemen to think about that. And I'd like to have them to think about the stuff we haven't thought about before. What will happen after July the 1st? Will this place stay closed forever and ever? Will we magically find some money that we can open up again on July the 1st? Or are we really looking at something that's going to stay closed much longer than a 4-month period? And that is what I think we're lacking here and failing you all, is giving you what you deserve, which is the thought process, the thinking caps. We need to put those on. We need to talk to each other. And what's not happening is because that's not happening because there is no time being given. I've been ready, and I will dedicate myself to do that. If we need to come back and look at this, because I've talked to these gentlemen, I've told them my experiences, which apparently, there's certain opinions that apparently my service to what I have done here is not sufficient, and I apologize for that, but it is very difficult to be that position and to be the resistance in this kind of a government. But I won't let go of it, and we'll still be here trying to do the job. But I think that probably the best thing I can ask my council right now is do the homework.
Yeah.
Don't make the decisions just because someone's telling you there's no money. Because if it was your house, you'd be thinking about it. And you know what? This is my house. And that's why I get offended when other people criticize me, because this is my house. And I'm trying to take care of it as best as I can. But I need cooperation. And the one thing that I know that you all have experienced in watching this council is that the shouting matches doesn't allow for anything to get solved. So I ask of you to consider the differences that we have right now means nothing when we're talking about the service we got to provide. We got to look beyond the fact that someone is telling you right now there is no money, because that's what we were elected for, is to find it. And I'm willing to do that. I've done it before. We've done it before, Mr. Hodge. We were talking about that right now. About 5 years ago, we were also in the hole looking for solutions, and we had every department head stand right there, and we questioned everyone line by line to try to not just pick at their budget, but to search for savings where we could actually help them out and understand your department, how it functions, all that stuff. Not 1 minute of your time, council, has been in that regard. Not 1 minute. And I have been watching and watching and trying. But because right now, Mr. Mayor here says that at a certain point with 2 years ago, there was this 2 gentlemen that came to the city of Calexico. I did not hire them, but they were here. We go always back to that 2014, 2015 year, which we don't have the information yet, right? We're still waiting for it. And when all this is being said, but everyone here is asking, let's get the proof. The proof is in the pudding. Let's see it once we have that. But we can't, and I've asked this council, I've asked the city manager, the past one too, hire a CPA. If we can get rid of the firefighters, get rid of finance people if they're not doing the job. Because actually, that there is the most important thing to me. Ever since 2013, Mr. Oscar Rodriguez, who got fired, purchased this program, gosh darn it, and did this transfer over to be able to have this stuff straightened out. That is 4 years now. That's good enough. So if we didn't have this program already settled down and all smoothed out 2 years ago, can I have the answer why it's not happening now? Okay? Why isn't it happening now? So in this case and in this moment, everything that's being said here, we need those finances done. And I have asked, I have pestered, because I do it like that, pestered, but I'm alone. And I need my new council to understand that the past is important. It's everybody's different opinion. However, no matter what, your past, the day that these unions were asked for 30%, we had just closed a fiscal year where we had no idea how that money was spent. We were told, I represent you. Don't you think I want to know how that 30% got calculated? I never saw. And so, you know, yo sé que en español caigo poquita gorda porque todo el tiempo estoy pidiendo rendir cuentas. Yo sé. Pero el momento que se les está pidiendo a estas personas el 30%, ¿dónde están las cuentas?
Yeah.
So, again, I am sorry that these things have to be this complex, but I do ask our newbies and our council members that are returning after another service in the years past is, don't forget, there is a balance in our job. Sometimes it's money, and sometimes it's the human aspect of it. So in this one, I think the human aspect of it is sincerely serious enough for you to go back and really think the decisions that you guys are making. Thank you.
Okay. My turn. Councilwoman Hurtado, your voice is extremely important, so don't think otherwise. Since I've been back, she's made me very aware of what needs to be done as a council. We need to not take things as face value. We need to analyze, we need to ask questions, and we need to have evidence. And I think we need to do that more on an aggressive basis as a council. When I campaigned on the priority of public safety, and I'm going to keep that promise. Calexico is in a major crisis concerning public safety between police and fire department. Everything has been cut to the bone, and the citizens' lives are in definite danger, jeopardy. Even though it's critical to balance the budget, I cannot at this time in good conscience support closing down the West Side Fire Department station. I can't see that. It's wrong to do that right now. Nor laying off an additional 6 firemen. That situation, if we were to do it, is extremely dangerous, public safety-wise. Let's hold off. Today there has been quite a bit of options offered. I hope someone was taking notes. There's been real options. Let's hold off. Let's wait for a while. Let's find the other options. Let's wait for the 15-16 Capper financial statement to be completed and presented. And yet, on the other hand, I hope when this is all in the process, and I know the fire department will want to come and bargain. And I truly know that if this last CAFR statement indicates that we're in real bad shape, I know they'll make their concessions. I know they will. But right now, we do not have the most pertinent, definitive, recent information to make a very serious decision. And until then, let's do not cut off the fire department, nor do we lay off any more fire officers. That's my opinion on that. And one more, commissions. We must now have commissions be operating. Those that are completed, meaning membership, and don't need a staff member, should be allowed to commence in commission agendas. It is vital that we get them up and running. Thank you.
I had a whole speech planned, and I think Pete, or Captain Mercado, said it best.
Yes.
There's a plethora. Did I say Captain? I apologize. Chief Mercado. He said it best. There's a plethora of issues. It's 15 to 11, so I'm going to skip the budget conversation. I think we've all heard enough of the budget, and I'm just going to go quickly into a couple thank yous. Change the tone of this meeting because I think it's been about as grim as can be. Again, being a newbie, this is very depressing, but we're here, and we're here 100%. I was invited to join the District Export Council. I appreciate Tim Kelly's and Tom Tapusa's invite. I hope that leads to benefit to the City of Calexico. I was also invited to join the Workforce Development Board by Mr. Miguel Figueroa. I also would want to ask my City Council members to consider Mr. Figueroa to join the ad hoc committee for the New River Committee that you guys placed me on, I believe Mr. Hodge as well. He brings a plethora, I'm going to use that word again, of knowledge in New River projects, New River, the entire issues involved with the New River, and he's has a good working relationship with Assemblyman Garcia. I think he would bring a lot of experience to the table. I want to congratulate the Brown Black Coalition. They had the second anniversary gala. I think it was the first dinner. Technically, it was their second anniversary, first gala. They do a great job. I mean, I was unfamiliar with what they do and how they do it until I campaigned, and I hope to continue working with them. Feeding the homeless is a very noble cause, and I hope to be with them and joining them in what they do. Lastly, speaking of budgets, I'm a member of Calexico Rotary, and on March 11th, I apologize, Saturday, March 11th, we have our annual Crab Crack. So if you're interested, I'd be more than happy to sell you a ticket to the Calexico Rotary Annual Crab Crack. This is our annual fundraiser for the Calexico Rotary Club, of which I'm a member of. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you coming in, and I appreciate your support of Calexico.
My comments are short. I just want to say that I've worked with various principals and superintendents, and I am proud to say that Mr. Villa is a hardworking individual trying to make the city run. They say he didn't take his 30%. He's paying for his own insurance and his retirement out of his salary. So he's taking more of a 30% hit. He's paying for his insurance and he's paying for his retirement. That's what he's taking, okay? So when you get up here and start labeling people, he should do this and should, eso es lo que está haciendo. He's taking out of his own salary, paying for his retirement and his insurance, okay? I'm proud to say that he's a hardworking individual, and I enjoy working with him. He is trying to make this serious budget close in June. July 1st, comenzamos nuevo. We have to cut and we have to meet, or else what are we doing here? We've got to balance our budget. Hard as it is, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. And we're asking you to help us. We don't have all the answers. I'm glad the chief came up and gave some recommendations, and that the hospital board gave some recommendations. That wasn't presented before. Thank you for that. Seriously. Other than that, it's not easy being up here, but we're here for you. We are here for you, believe it or not, Mr. Pesqueira. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to city manager's report. I'm assuming Some of you don't want to speak.
At this time, I don't have any report.
Yeah. Figured. All right, let's move on to consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda will be considered routine by Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, or Calexico Financing Authority, and will be enacted in one motion from the listed below. Anytime it will be moved from consent calendar and considered separately by the council. I make a motion to approve item number 3.
I make a motion to.
You second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Discussion and potential action items. Number 4, request for approval of professional services agreement
Mayor.
for Cosmont.
Mayor.
4-1. No. Maritza didn't vote on, she voted no. Request for approval of professional services agreement, Cosmont and Associates, Inc. Make a motion for its approval.
I have a question. Motion for question.
Motion for
City manager, was there an RFP process to hire these new people? Because isn't these the people, the CFD people, that we used to work with somebody else for CFDs? Did we go through an RFP process to hire these new people? I don't know who they are.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken,
I'm sorry, I'm asking the city manager?
Grand Plaza is picking them and paying for them.
I'm asking the city manager?
You should go to your
So
briefings.
What we did is we did not go through a,
did not go through an RFP process?
The purchasing policy allows us to hire consultants so long as the developer pays for it. And as you recall, at the last meeting, you approved a reimbursement agreement that would allow the developer interested in doing this to pay all the costs associated with this process. So this is not
So this
something
one's
that we
different
are
to the
spending-
deferral that we wanted to give to them?
No. It's not a deferral.
Or, I'm sorry, we didn't give them the deferral after all, right? Because the people
No.
were confused about the deferral.
No, the deferral never took place. This is the reimbursement agreement you approved last time. We asked the developer to deposit $100,000 for us to complete the work necessary.
Okay, so there's no RFP process?
Whatever they cost, the developer will pay.
All right, so the question actually is, did we have a RFP process to hire these people? Because we do want that transparency, and I know that the RFP processes does ensure that. And so these people come up new, and I just wanted to make sure we're picking out our new help in consulting and stuff like that, and not go back into the past of not wanting to go through an RFP. That way we make sure that all this stuff is fair to people out there that we're trying to hire. So I have no more questions. I don't have any more questions.
It doesn't have to go to an RFP process when the city's not paying for it. This is not the city paying for this consultant, it's the developer. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry for, Mr., what's your name? Mr. Kim, please come up.
Thank you, and first of all,
Mr. Real, mind your own business. Mind your own business, Mr. Real.
first of all, the Mr. Real was wrong, because anything the city's hiring some entity, we need to follow the city rules, not the others. We supposed to go to the RFP process. And second of all, and I see the backup documents of what kind of a bond we're going to issue again. We already have a big in debt. We're going to issue another bond for the Grand Plaza again. Even they pay for the process, but we making bond for the Grand Plaza. We owing the money again for the Grand Plaza. And same time we don't have money we have to fire or lay off the safety officers, and now we are leaking into more debt. What are we doing here? Are you guys doing for the duty, fiduciary duty for the council member, or are you guys doing for the Grand Plaza board members? You have to clarify this one. You have to answer for the community. Why we have to hire this guy again to bonding? What kind of bonding you going to be talking about it? And I believe if you guys have a bonding, you have to have some agenda. We can have a bond first, and not been there. And all the closed-door deals now hiring the entity to issue the bond again for the city owing more money. Now, we're gonna close the police department and fire department after this?
Thank you.
I'm against it doing the bonding, no matter what company hires this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Duly noted. Make a motion to approve item number 4.
He's not in.
Make a motion to approve item number 4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Item number 5, approve the City of Calexico 5-year program projects 2016-2021 for road projects and funded Imperial County LTA, Local
Oh, I'm
Transportation
sorry,
Authority.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't
Sales
mind, I
tax
just wanna-
redevelopment
sorry.
bond. I'm still speaking.
I'm sorry, just real quick, just on the last item, real quick. Do you mind telling us again, too, the people that we just approved right now, how much they still owe us? Do you think that we were going to have that? We never followed up on that.
What are we talking about?
Cosmo doesn't
Cosmon
owe us
owes
any
us
money.
money?
No, the outlets. Remember for the other agreements that we had, the other reimbursement agreements they haven't paid back yet?
I don't have that amount.
Okay, but could you follow up on that, please?
We
Sorry
are
about
putting
that.
together that.
On number,
Mr. Mayor, you want me to give a report on this?
Sure.
This is a,
From what I understand, it's infrastructure. We're
Right,
doing streets, we're doing.
Every, you know, we're supposed to put together a 5-year capital improvement program every year to show LTA how we're going to be spending our Measure D funds. And since we amended some of the streets to include the Hartstone property, we thought it would be prudent to bring this back for you to amend it and reapprove it again. This is a required thing for our compliance with Measure D bonding.
okay.
That's it, thank you.
Motion to approve item number 5.
I am here to talk.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Kim.
I know you're hurrying to go home, but we need to take care of things.
We are.
First of all, I have to thank you for the city manager about this, because actually the Hartstone people, it's only, I see the Mr. Dominguez only, and to put in the plan to do it. But I have some big concern about the La Jolla Palm Drive. Is that going to be including insurance from the cold load or just repair? And I believe they have some safety issues, only one small insurance. They should be able to open La Jolla Palm Drive, open the access to the cold load. That way to stimulating that areas, the developments completed. So I like to request to council and the city manager to make sure the La Jolla Palm Drive is including with the insurance.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Do you have somebody else to speak on item 5? He's no longer here. Make a motion to approve item number 5.
No, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
6, appointment of general commissioner to the Calexico Housing Authority.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to appoint Carla
I will
Flores for
second that
this
motion.
position.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item 7, appointment by mayor and council members to the following commissions, boards, and committees. I have somebody for Parks and Recreation.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh.
Mayor. We voted to put in who? The name? I just.
Carla Flores.
He made the motion.
Was that the young lady that got up and spoke?
Yes.
Okay. I was just trying to make a connection with who we voted in. Thank you.
Oh, he's no longer here. You want to start? If you have anybody?
On the commissions?
Yeah, commissions.
I just want to note that the commissions as listed, I believe on the website are wrong. I don't have that information in front of me, but I do know that there are some mistakes as far as the appointments that I made. I will get back with you directly. Is that okay with the council if I get directly with Gabby on the mistakes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Hodge?
Yes, I have here in front of me, it says Planning Commission, Hodge. Mary Salazar is on planning.
No, you haven't appointed a person. You did not appoint her last meeting.
Okay, so do I appoint her now? Okay, I would like to appoint, I would like to appoint Mary Salazar for the Planning Commission. Okay. And then I have finally bid a young, let's see, I had his name here, a young man named Camilo Garcia.
Camilo.
Thank you.
On which one?
Okay, for bid.
Good. The one that works at EDD?
That's it for me.
Okay. Does anybody else have any appointments?
Yes, I do. Do I get to? Or are you going to shut me down on that one, too? Is it my turn? On the Measure H, I'd like to appoint Ms. Norma Aguilar. And I think that the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings Board of Appeals, isn't that one going to be eventually, like, removed or something?
Yeah,
We still need to keep it, well, it's not necessarily codified in our code, but I don't think we probably need any appointments to it, because it only came up during the earthquake situation, and we were looking at consolidated, but you would need experts in that field. So it's one that probably we don't need any appointments to.
Okay. I had an appointment, Mr. Carlos Campos, City Attorney for the City of Calexico, on our Personnel Commission. And I spoke to you and Mr. Villa about him. You told me that he could not be on my Personnel Commission because this gentleman, which I feel he's an excellent choice for the commission, you wrote to him, you didn't contact me, but you wrote to him directly and you told him that he did not qualify because he had a conflict, because he's serving as, I think, a planning commissioner for the county. But we were talking about certain conflicts that actually overlap in jurisdiction. And so I was mentioning to you that I don't feel that that is a conflict and that you were going to follow up on that. And so I'm still kind of confused because you've already had a couple of meetings for the Personnel Commission, but you haven't contacted me back to tell me, is he or is he not? We're all confused. He hasn't shown up because he's confused too, and you didn't follow up with me. So I need to know, am I supposed to pick someone else or not? Does he have a conflict or not?
I don't recall getting a message from you, but I've talked to the city clerk and looked at the issue, and we determined that the way the city municipal code is codified on eligibility, the way defined officer means beyond an elective office. So it's just an interpretation of your own code of eligibility requirements. It's not an issue of conflict of interest in terms of the conflict. It's just that your eligibility requirements that the city adopted says he cannot serve as another officer. An officer, as the way the Attorney General interprets it, is a planning commissioner. So it's not an issue of conflicts, it's just because the city's code on eligibility doesn't allow it, so.
Well, the interpretation that we feel is slightly different, but that's fine. I think that what's the most difficult thing to kind of work here with is the fact that I have no follow-up. So you already have 2 meetings where my commissioner was not present.
I wasn't aware
And
of
so
that.
my question is, then can I jump in and be there? Because I remember that Mr. Real here was wanting to be present as a commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can't be me, that's for sure.
We want to keep it.
Okay, so it can't be the gentleman I chose. I would appreciate it if you would have told me, because it's been 2 times. So then that means that I need that public, can you not? We need to then allow him to know, we need to say that publicly, so that I hadn't said that yet, because I hadn't had the confirmation.
Yeah, we
Okay, so you're confirming for me now, so public, I'm going to say that that is the seat now that's open for me. And do I need to re-advertise, Gabby?
Yeah,
Okay.
and related to that, at some point, you may want to reconsider your eligibility requirements. 'Cause a lot of times they look to us saying that we're somehow being difficult, and all we're doing is
No, I saw that exactly as that.
interpreting your own
And especially
code.
because, there was no communication with me. And as you all know, we're a small community, we have very close connections and communication. And when we're not even understanding what's happening, and I'm expected to make a decision today. And so I don't have that information. So that kind of stuff, the follow-up helps for us to keep moving forward, because I know that it's a really important case.
Yeah, we made an interpretation about 2 or 3 weeks ago, so it's not a.
So I will pick someone, I guess, on the next time, once you advertise gaps.
I have Sal Munoz for the Recreation and Parks. Agenda. Make a motion to adjourn? All in favor?